BTG.
Hey, morning, Marcus. Just FYI, I'm going to tell
morning,
everybody.
Marcus.
But just
I am-
FYI,
WKHS.
morning, sorry, there's a little overlap there. Gonna try stopping and stop putting the link in the Discord every time to the lives. Well, eventually. So once we get the hang of the fact that I'm doing this on YouTube and Twitter, time to the lives. Well, eventually. That's funny. Okay, post. I have to post the lives. That's why it's so loud. Did you just hear that that pong, like really loud? To monitor that for a minute.
SQQQ.
Oh yeah. The squawk is too loud. Okay, so we need. That. Okay. Anyway, there's so many moving parts to this new method. It's so much to prepare each morning, but this is the method that allows me to expand. Trying to get TikTok back live streaming, and then going to add Facebook to this and whatever other platforms, Instagram, anything else I can add to it. This methodology is what allows me to add all those things. This is probably how we're going to do it. All right, I'm watching Tenon. I'm in Tenon. I just got in because we basically had a 4-point reversal of downtrend, of a pullback. And that was enough for me to try to risk something, but will it work out? We'll see. Yeah, I'll probably stay in unless it breaks down $6. Did risk to $6, a $7-ish entry. Oh no, 7. Should be to 650. All right, well, anyway, we'll see if this goes anywhere. Tenon, SMFL, Naito is another one I need to.
SMMT.
No. MT. Continuation, good. All right. GRRR. Class tonight, don't forget. Can't remember if you're a frequenter of the classes or if you can make it when you can make it. PTix.
DAL.
Stats.
BTG.
Hamid. Parameters changed. Let's see.
UAL.
I had my computer totally mess up last night, so I'm sort of rebuilding C again. Definite pain in the ass. It rolled me back. Tweaking I've had. Tweaked out. Okay. Well, where did the
SAVE.
stats? I'm gonna make this thing crash. I am going. Not go. I'm gonna have to deal with it later. All right. Oh, all right. Tnon is moving now. This is what we were looking for. RR does not look too bad. Let me take a simultaneous look. And now let's check out GRR. Thing I'm not liking about my volume is this. Cannot find where to take that off.
MDD.
All right. GRRR. One of the things I wanted to do was compare the because TradingView volume can be hit unreliable. And I want to check on that, but I want to check and see if it's just the 1 minute or if it's the 5. Good morning, Rommel. Good morning to you. Checking out today. All right, Microsoft. I have no idea why that's up on. Everything got all. Now what I want to do is just save it. That I probably need to back up the saved files. All right, GRR breaking down a little bit now.
UAL.
But we'll keep it on watch. It's interesting. Enon. Chart on GRRR.
BTG.
And what is the 1,000? It's already 3 million. And 20 times relative average, which is right. Dollars.
JBLU. GOLD. BTG.
Volume. But five. Okay, so this is bigger than. Every time fade, so there could be ever the day green. The whole first day is green, and then it has a follow through spike the next day. So can kind of expect GR have a green spike day today, potentially. Right, so I'll try and get in some position on that. GRRR. Conservative stop to 330. Yeah, that would be the correct. Even lower, really. 3. I might as well just call it 3. See this. Okay, got into GRR right there. I have a feeling it's going to be a red day. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we certainly built up a lot of expectation yesterday with the all-day green day. I think last time we saw that CPI took priority over PPI. That may very well be the case here because we're only off by 0.1. So we may have a red day simply because yesterday was a green day, but not because today should be red. PPI report versus the CPI report seen in the past is that, in the jobless claims today, is that CPI takes precedence. So we might have a green day on that basis. But we might have a red day on the basis of that yesterday was such a green day. That's about it. So I think it's definitely 50-50. But of course, we'll know more. Excuse me, when it happens. Excuse me. I've had my coffee.
BTG.
All right, the GRRR move is moving. Very wide risk to stop on that.
BTG.
Yeah, it keeps going. GRRR. I'll put an order to take a little bit out right here. Just a little 10%. But we'll take more out near the high. Okay. Build. MNTX. Let's take. Okay, let's buy out. Naito. Naito. NTGR.
BTG.
SC. SBTG. What did she say? BTG.
UAL.
GDHG. Golden. B high. Okay. That's SIG. SIG. That looks traded. That's a $90 stock. Yeah, never mind. MPW. Properties Trust. Must be a REIT. Medical Properties Trust. Probably a REIT.
SAVE.
Spot right here. PW. I want to see FD volume. It's only done 1.5 million shares this morning, and it typically does 12 million or dollars per day. This is not an unusual day. W. News or something. Settles a lawsuit. Settled a lawsuit. Yeah, not interested. Let's go back. Xenon is probably highest volume. On that GRRM KYI again. This is a very difficult stock to trade, but it's been this kind of move over yesterday's high is usually a signal, and it is moving and moving fast. YI. $0.50 of risk. This is, well, it's spiking, so already expect that I've gotten in with a lot of extra risk. And risk to stop at 220. Actually, yesterday's low 210. It's about 6 right now for entry. KYI. This is what I like to call throttling. Look up the definition of throttle. Throttle or throttling. What does it mean? Oh, throttle. That's the wrong word. It's more like throttling means for it to sort of mute in some ways. A device controlling the flow of fuel to an engine. That's closer to what I was thinking. But I think it means to, in some sense, restrict it. I think throttle is more of like a word restriction. So GRRR, I'm in. TNON, I'm in. And BKYI, I'm in. We're watching. And probably capitulating is kind of a word that I'm looking for. But essentially it's reversed. But it's not a reversal. It's just that it's finding momentum by going back up and over direction it was going in. It's not a reversal, although it is a reversal. It's just not what's going on here. Blasting off. Re-engaging. In any event, that's what's happening on BKYI, and I'm in. So see, I'm trying to get rid of this, and now also some white. Candlesticks. Okay, let's see if I can.
SOS.
Appearance. Son of a bitch, I found it. Volume bars. Color as symbol ticks. Not be everything I was thinking. See, here's where you got your doji color. Rommel. Fill up, fill down, show wicks.
UAL.
AILE.
Volume area. Oh, on both, okay. Color as the symbol ticks. This is not everything I was looking for. And these settings affect all chartings, it says. Okay. Let's try it over here. Time, price, general. You know, appearance. Man, why did we? Like my computer had some kind of problem last night with the multiple screen. Kind of erased some of my setup when it flipped it. NKGN PTix. Did I look at PTix? Or NKGN. On top of all these tickers this morning. Let's take a look at the reaction to the PPI data. So we have a beginning, which could be midstream, multiple points downtrend, and then in a larger sentiment, we do a top here, and we have made no further trend indication. So we are technically sideways in this PPI number. If we break this low, pre-market low right there, downtrend, yeah. If we don't, we're going to need 3 more points to make the uptrend. Mid, one, and then all of this is irrelevant. Need any price action? Private lessons? Let me know. The lessons a lot, but yeah. Action reading can be mastered. That's subjective. All right, so we're in the middle of what we were trying to get into on everything, on TNON. Settled in here. I put a stop at 650 on my entry. TNON. GER. Stop all the way down at 3 on that just for safety on GRRR. And then BKYI. Spiking up above with volume up above yesterday's red candle, which is going to cause some short squeeze. So we'll be watching all those. They're all potentially, what is that one? They're all potentially green day movers. Today, so a dip buys could work if it has that kind of an open or return to the open. Class tonight, master class tonight.
XCH.
And maybe we'll go over some of that, those techniques. Day trading, we'll go over some of those techniques, but some techniques in day trading that we use apply to swing trading as well. All right, we got a minute and 30 seconds before the market opens. And so anyway, about today's day, we're way up at the top of yesterday's candle on great CPI news. And then today we're opening with a little bit of lack of continuation of that sentiment with CPI news that wasn't same, but jobless claims were. So, and we think CPI can take precedence. So maybe we'll see a dip and a return to highs or some kind of inside. We might have an inside day that's doji or ends green today on the market. All right. Once the market opens, we'll probably be getting lots of tickers going from the Squawk.
SOXS.
SOXS. That's a semiconductor index ETF. Yeah, we've taken a look at everything. Ray. Okay, that's one that we didn't look at. And Omex. Market is open.
ZIM.
Nope.
SMMT. RAY.
TNON. ARM.
Okay, we're watching TNON.
QH.
We're watching GRRR.
EV.
And we're watching BKYI.
ORGN.
BKYI.
GRRR were to break pre-market high. That's an entry.
SMMT.
BKYI is doing the short squeezing, like I mentioned.
ATZG. OWLT.
Up at
LOB.
2.3.
GILD.
SIG.
AAL.
GRRR failing out.
TNON.
So dropping at the open. Hang on. Candle is not complete. TNON showing some strength off of the open.
NEON. LASE.
So is BKYI. Okay, TNON pulling back a little bit now. BKYI, you can see right here on my right screen. Active trader.
YUMC. NTGR.
There's GRRR, but TNON
PLCE.
back.
JBLU. NEON.
I'm gonna flatten out of that. TNON. All right. Well, was that break even? BKYI with a hard pull back off of the open after pushing. That's not a great sign. It might.
TNON. LCID.
I'd risk to stop there. Actually, TNON is moving again.
Right halted. PLCE will resume at 9 hours 36.
So I'm getting back in because it's getting close to reversal.
Right halted. MI will resume at 9 hours 35 minutes and 55 seconds. WOOF.
GRRR looking like it wants to fail out off the open or be pulling back. Weak open,
RDFN.
which is fine.
SMFL. TNON. APP.
WOOF.
LCID.
All right. So Neon's moving. That's what people are saying. I'm already in it. I did hear some take profits earlier. Great. Look at that. Ooh, all right. TNON with a very nice move just now. Let's start focusing on TNON.
PLCE.
Flatten out of BKYI. I'll get back in when it levels off. TNON. Maybe halting at 8. There it is. TNON halted. Very nice. My positions. Let's see if anything is doing anything interesting. Okay. Somebody was asking about Wolf yesterday, and that was a recommendation I had. It is up this morning some more. A decision on BQ. I'm not sure.
LCID.
Q. Back into the range. Neon. Wolf. Okay, see, we're getting some follow through on Wolf, which was a big earnings winner yesterday. And some more follow through on Children's Place. Also a big earnings winner yesterday.
9 hours 37 minutes and 47 seconds.
It's talking about a halt. PC a couple days yesterday on a huge spike, and it is doing continuation as well. Anything with some...
DLTR.
My worst positions are SPI and BQ, which are only pulling back halfway to my ridiculously wide stop level, which is good.
SERV. VRDN.
Getting some further follow through on nano nuclear energy.
LCID.
This is about where I expected it to get to, 1150.
SMFL.
Anything further from here is bonus, and I have a little bit of position left for it.
ALAR.
MI may resume in less than a minute.
All right, so GR found some bottom. Tenon, we're watching for the resume.
RYDE may resume
937. And she just say was about to resume. ModV is about to resume. Okay, there goes GRRR. I'm going to pick that up again. GRRR. Oh, I already have it. I'm still in it. Okay. BKYI. You're going to have to turn around a little bit more than that, BKYI. But there goes GRRR. That's a definite trigger. For boom. That's an entry trigger for sure. GRRR. Moving along. A position on Wolf and Oscar yesterday. Yeah, is Oscar following? I think Oscar pulled back slightly. But there goes GRRR.
EGIO.
I'll be taking some at 414.
CSBR. OXM.
Actually, it just hit it, and I was just a little bit late
SERV.
for getting it in. It would have just filled. But maybe it'll hit it in a few minutes.
PCT.
So anyway, I wanted to see these things that were coming out of the halt. Oh yeah, ModV, GV, made to the downside probably. ModV. That was a down halt. Okay. GV, did I say? Yeah. Up halt. Okay, none of those are acting very liquid. Strong moves, but the liquidity is not necessarily there. All right, we're going to resume the halt in 60 seconds on Tenon. It has a long way to go until 11, which is good. I mean, this is positive. Very positive. What was that? Yeah, I hit that target on GRRR just now. BKYI, which I'm out of, used to put in troublesome price action. Yesterday, CNA had a similar shit movement. Okay, we're getting ready to come out of the halt in like, let's see here, in like 15 seconds on Tenon. I haven't even taken any profits yet on Tenon because that was just a strong move. And I'll put some in at just under 9 as underneath 10. Okay, it's out of the halt and we're at 8 as well as 11. I think it's going to try and make its way to the high of 11. And probably should put some interims in there as well. So I'll put 8. And just hit a target, further target on nano nuclear energy. That continues. Upside. 80% now out on this NNE trade, which has already provided 3 times the return to the risk.
ADD.
The idea here is that I have a 20% runner now to get to maybe 30. I have final exit at 1350. So let that continue to run. GRRR pulling back, BKYI pushing up. Bit of a fight on them all. Tenon just hit my interim profit target at 850 and is now at 874. Climbing to 9. It's about to hit my next target. Probably just underneath 9. Just it wants to attempt to get to pre-market highs, which is 11. And from there, we'll see where it goes. From there, it should slide up to 13.
GV may resume in less than a minute. MODV may resume in less than a minute.
Potential hopes of hitting 14. That's if it can maintain momentum, which it has a hard time doing because of the way that market volume fades from the open instead of increasing like at
Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 9 hours 40.
Ride is probably halted down, although I guess it could be up because it was down so much the other day. Oh my god, look at that. Wow, how'd you like to be in that? Look at that. Please let that be a lesson to you. Just like BYU, DSY, and others ride. Look at that. Big red day. Oh, yeah, maybe it'll recover. Boom. Talk about, I mean, you get twice the loss to your stop than you would have thought. Anyway, I got out of Ride on that red day, but I had already been taking profits all the way up as well, which is how you got to do this. I had a small position left, so little pullback, and I exited at a sorrowful like 200% gains. How can you be sad? Crying to the bank, and then look at the next day. Boom! Holy Toledo. But frankly, that's the way offering should go, and I'm sure that's what happened there. We're about to hit our next exit on TNON, our next profit target on TNON, hitting 890 right now. Boom, there it is, 894. That was my next exit. On TNON, what am I up now on TNON? 17% since entry, and I've taken out 20% of my position so far. GRRR looks like it's failing out. It looks and halted. GRRR failing out and halted. The look on the daily chart looks like this. So if you learn to read these things, you know that's not good. That's a topping tail, red candle. It's over on GNON. I don't know if it'll accept a market order while halted. All right, it did. It hasn't previous. BKYI now coming up for the breakout. Do I try again? Yeah, I probably do. All right, so BKYI stepping up to the plate again on BKYI. Just because this is, I guess, overdrive is the word I'm looking for. This is a stock that could overdrive and short squeeze up all the way to 320 previous highs. And so there's a trade there. Meantime, TNON has hit 940. My next profit is at 948, just underneath 950. Like I said, there it is. Boom. All right, so I'm 30% out now on TNON. And we're just essentially attempting to ride this all the way to pre-market highs of 11. Have a little bit of a stringer left at that point. That reminds me, I got to put an interim order between 10 and 11. That would have me 30, almost 60% out by the time it hits 11, which is probably not even aggressive enough. You want to be maybe 50, 60, 70, 80% out. Target that 50 to 80% range of getting out of your trade based on when it gets to where you had hoped it would get. And that's just something you're going to have, that level of what you hoped it would get to is something you're just going to have to get good at over time predicting, because you can hope a bunch of bullshit and be completely full of yourself. That's ridiculous. It doesn't, you can't just go, okay, and I hope it goes to here, and so that's where I'm going to get all the way 50%. No, what I'm talking about is in your assessment where it's most likely potential is So that you'll have to get. Wolf is pulling back. It was up at the open. Did you take some profits already? Up at the open. It's pulling back intraday. It is not pulling back. It's up. We are up on Wolf. Things zigzag. Hopefully you took some profits. Why we buy shares. So we can take partial profits all the way up and do this the right way. You're all out now? Okay, good job. Good job. BYRN is moving. Oscar up a little from entry. Oh, that's good. All right, let's see. BYRN.
TV may resume in less than a minute.
GRRR is about to resume. And it was way too thin. Who said that? Michael. Look at the intraday volume. I see what you're saying because it had this big catalyst day. Okay, fine. But you better look to see how tight the bid and the ask is on it, although trigger day like that is useful. And then you can put your... But definitely not in love with that. And yeah, the catalyst day... Catalyst day is okay. I mean, it's worth the risk. But you should have get in on the catalyst day. If you're getting in today, not quite sure anything's happening there. BYRN Oscar, you said, is continuing. No, it looks like it's pulling back. Okay, BKYI is doing its movement. Tenon pulling back pretty hard now. BKYI continuing upward. I'm going to try and take profits at strong moves on BKYI just because it's really difficult. Testy. All right, GRRR, I got all out of that for only 0.2R loss. That's fine. Wolf sustaining. I don't know if I've set any profit targets on Wolf. I've got no profit targets set on Wolf. Set those. I just got that fill on BKYI, so it's going up a little bit further. Tenon, got to watch out. I think it's halted to the downside. Back to Wolf. We need to set profit targets on Wolf. Taking no exits yet. That by checking the retrace. Pivot points. Here is the first. 497. They go an eighth to a quarter, anywhere in there at that point. Next is 527. Or is where you want to get your profit out on that. That also tells me from here we should probably be taking quarter increments. FULC. 560, so 550.
Will resume at 9 hours 52 minutes and 28 seconds. AEHL halted. AEHL will resume at 9 hours 52 minutes and 2 seconds.
AEHL is halted if anybody wants to check on it. And then a next pop, that was 550. That's the most you could expect. Likely to go to 550 and then calm down. But maybe it goes to 650. I want some more pieces along the way. A reasonable exit, which is 550. I just got a hit on something. Let's go take this in a second here. 74. Got half my position at to exit all the way.
FULC.
550, and that is exactly correct. That's what I want to the most recent.
BKYI.
From there, 597, and then 597, and then 649. fine. That would be the whole position? No, that would not even be the whole. That'll be 75% out. It's almost not aggressive enough.
FULC.
Probably
GV.
I will take some more tiny little increments today, including right now. I'll just take a small one, really small, just to out right there. I'll also just hit another target on PLCE. It is flying in continuation from our entry yesterday. Look at our entry and look at our stop. Look at our entry. Look at our stop. That's our risk unit. Look where it is now. We've got one. We've got at least 2R going on there.
TNON may resume in less than a minute.
TNON is going to be resuming soon here, and we'll get to see what's going on there. I only got 30% exits. So this is why you want to be very aggressive with your exits. It's good to run out.
GV.
It's better to run out
NNE.
than to have not exited enough. It reverses on you towards your break even. You have to get out at break even, and now you only have a little profit, which is fine. Hey, profit is profit, but you could have done better. The idea to be fairly aggressive, when I said get out 50% to 80% by your most reasonable target, advice to move that needle towards 80%.
GV.
All right, TNON going to resume any minute, any second here. I wanted to get a few more targets on this, but and 460.
May resume in less than a minute.
Okay, that'll be fine. Now, TNON, let's get back to you and see what happens. Okay, it's out of the halt and pulled back just a hair.
Gift halted. GIFT will
Getting
resume
bought
in
up.
1 hour,
It's
55
going back and forth, but I
19
think it's
seconds.
left a bad taste in a lot of traders' mouths.
VOR.
GV.
I will de-risk a little bit right there. Look, it's not even getting it. That's a bad sign. So I'm going to de-risk at the bid.
ONCT may resume in less than a minute.
It's like selling at market.
PCT.
I'm lightening up my position and in the end getting less from this trade. But this is the first pullback. If there's more to come, which I think there might be on TNON, hard to say on BKYI, but if there's more to come, which I think there might be on TNON, then it's going to come in the form of second and third waves, and then that might be all she wrote. There goes BKYI. I'm going to take another piece out on that.
9 hours 56 minutes and 20 seconds. GV halted.
At on strength there, right underneath $3. There's my TNON de-risk. A little bit of de-risk on TNON. Quickly check all holdings. And also, I want to see the BKYI. Yeah, we're trying to get to 320, I think, on BKYI. That's right. Yeah, so I need to put another exit at 314 on BKYI.
VIK.
A lot going on here this morning. Right, that's fine. Managing it all. Got it on the 4th. Got it on the 4th. See, I read your comments later, so if you're a longtime member, remember to just put the ticker in your comment, because sometimes I come back a couple minutes later and I'm watching 72 things, and so you say got it, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Put your ticker in. Got in, ticker 3 days ago, something like that. Always keep the context baked in, because I can't go reviewing all the comments.
AEHL.
All right, PCT, I need to be taking profits, see, because I've got something that's up, PCT, and I have no profit target set. Look at that. And I've got no profits I've taken yet. It's tragic not to set your profits targets. Okay, so yeah, I do want to be taking a little bit out here. Probably 20%. So I'm going to do a little 799 there. Now, going up the retrace ladder. Yeah, not at 873. Wait a minute. Okay, that's not exactly where we are. 834, 850. So I'll take some more out at 847.
FULC.
7. These are day orders. I got to put these in as good to cancels. I think I messed that up on another. And then underneath 9 really is 873. We need that. And so therefore we're taking out quarters. So 824, put another one. 873. And that's it. You just start going up that until it's exhausted out. Is one way to look at it. 894. So now I'd be 50% out to 9 on this PCT, which I'm fine with. And then from there, 950. I'll make the jump to 950 because I can see that on the reach. 946. Your advice is next level. Really grateful. Oh, you bet. Michael said, yeah, I forgot. Baron. Oh, Baron. You got in Baron on the 4th? Dude, way to go. So be taking profits into strength. And something I wanted to teach at some point here, but maybe tonight. And it's simple. Here you go. Here's the tip. Write it down. Is after about 5 days, and you're coming up on day 4 on that one. After about 5 days, for lack of performance, you could consider cutting it if it's falling below a particular moving average. So the one that seems to work across everything, whatever that is, you find that. For me, it's Gamma. It's an incredibly amazing, almost intelligent, adjustable moving average. It's not even EMA or standard. Okay, next one would be $10, but that's the tip. $10.50. So PCT, I just let that sit for many, many days. And see, this is my Gamma line. See my Gamma line? This is a Gamma line. Camel? What? And see how it's just starting to curve up now. And what you'll find amazing about it is that it's going to start to rise super fast all of a sudden, along with everything, instead of being slow. And then like you see here, I would be taking profits all the way to, where it started at the top. And then all of a sudden, this day it cuts through the Gamma line, and that's where I could take my final piece off and call it a day. So PCT there. PCT I got in at 7. So I got in over here for $1 of risk, stop at 6. It's not right now on my charts. We'll go to it in just a second. Let me just quickly check on all my holdings and all the things we're trading right now, like TNON, which could be at high risk. Now everything's going good. And BKYI hit that other profit target, and I'm missing any further profit targets from there. So better put those on really quickly, and then I'll back to you guys. 29, 3, 5% exits underneath these little 10-cent points, but I think that's not even aggressive enough with BKYI. But I'm going to come back to that in a minute. PCT. So I got in here yesterday on the Catalyst day at 7. And you might say, like, Jesus, that wasn't a good price at all. Okay, I mean, maybe you're right. But by the time I got to it, at least it was confirmed. You're not getting in with the risk of getting in too early. So it was an end of day top ticker, but it ended strong. And so that's good and strong. That puts in the possibility of follow through the next day. And there's my stop. So you can see I've already hit at my first profit point, the high of the day where I took some profits. It just pulled back a little bit now. I've already hit a 1-to-1 profit up there. And I've set a whole bunch more profit targets along the way. There you go. That's the PCT trade. All right, back to TNON, which is kind of failing out and coming back to my, whoops, there's share. Coming back to my break even. Yeah, I'm even below my break even now, which is above my stop. So that's fine. And I'm half out, more than half out. I did de-risk some. But I'm unable to make a ton of money on that trade. I'm able to make a muted amount of money. Got one more little piece there to de-risk, and then I'm going to let the last almost 15% of the position be out. So that's a discretionary decision. It's not necessarily what you should do. In the meantime, checking in on the market, we see the market has a perfect red doji day. It's really neither here nor there. Nothing consequential going on in the market. You may call it a red day just because of the way it dropped.
FULC.
Right there. Don't let it fool you. Because that's what it wants to do. Believe me, it wants to fool you. All right, there's been some other exits. Let me see what's going on here. I've heard some other things hit this morning that I've been holding. Okay, PLCE hit a second price target of mine. That was Wolf. Wolf just hit a price target of mine. So Wolf is continuing. There we go. It's at 465 now. And I don't know if I have further price targets set on that. Yes, I do. Okay, good. Maybe we said this morning. I don't even remember. It's not worth the time sitting. Your advice? Yeah, exactly, Michael. Yeah, talking about the 5-day rule. It's pretty useful with all swing trades. We're hitting 10 o'clock and things are still hot and I'm still sort of catching up. Yeah, I'm catching my breath, but what I want to do now is just check if anything's failing out. And yes, I do see that I need to cut Neo, it looks like. Yeah, it's below my stop. So Neo, goodbye. And there goes Tenon, flattening out of that. I don't even like that move. So I left 30% on Tenon, 15% on Tenon just to like see what it wants to do. I have plenty of padding to my stop, and no, it wanted to be a dick. All right, Neo. We flatten out of that. It's just straight down. That would be my biggest loss in a week. Right there, just 1R. Things have been working very well. Now, BQ is the other one that I wish was doing better, but it's not doing terrible. Decided to open up in the middle of my risk range and doji around. All right, Neon. It looks like I might be out of profit targets on Neon, and it is moving. No, I have profit targets set. Never mind. Position. Wolf and PLSE doing good. RMTI continues to make progress. As you can see, I've been taking profits on this. This was an A setup. So this was a full size setup, 1% R on the port, or allocation to small capping anyway. And but normally you take a quarter position. That is what I recommend. So you may want to write that down. Your normal, typical penny stock trades should be quarter R on your small capping allocation of your portfolio trading. A quarter R for risk of your port. Obviously, it's always one risk unit on the trade itself, but that's a variable. So quarter R. A full size, and that would be for what you would call a C setup. An A setup would be something that's not going to have any shelf offerings. You got no worries of dilution. Or some Chinese stock going absolutely nuts, and the liquidity is there, and it's a once-in-a-year opportunity. It's going to come with extra risk, but it goddamn better be sure to come with extra size on your part, because those are once-in-a-while opportunities. And it can depend. If the thing looks like it's going to be a problem, then you drop it down to a B or a C. So, but then B is half a percent R of your trading portfolio allocation for that strategy, small capping. So you got A, B, C. A, full size, 1% R. B, half size, 0.5% R. And C, your typical trade until things heat up. If things start getting hot, you might be finding you're bumping up to a B and an A more often, but that is a quarter size. Your R. The R on your trade is always 1R. That is always 1R when in and of itself within the trade. Like on this one, from here to here is 1R on the trade. That's trade risk unit. That's not the same as the proportion to your portfolio, which is the ABC size, either 0.25% for that drop to your stop, or all the way up to 1% to stop. All right, you guys can rewind that, listen to it again. That's YouTube. There you go. That's a little bit about sizing your ABC sizes depending on the setups. A Neon with a bit of a drop there. What you doing? People taking profits.
OBLG.
Xenon, I got all out of GRRR. Let's check back in on it. And BKYI. GRRR not really turning around. BKYI, but midday, something might happen with that. BKYI with a strong pullback off of the top. Could that be all she wrote? I don't think so, but it may take some more days. It may high tight flag here. It may hang out here until the close of the day. And it may try to shake out people and fake out people. And, that might be what it does. At worst case scenario. And then if that's the case, then, it ends up being a high tight flag on the total move. Sort of see that? BKYI. So I do believe I changed things. So I do believe I can draw an overlay on these things now. Let's see. Okay, let's see if you guys can see this.
WOOF.
Annotate. Do you see this line?
SMMT.
NCPL.
AAOI.
Guys see these lines?
WOOF.
I believe you do. That's cool. And that's a new thing. So now I can point things out. Here's my ladder. Stuff like that. I see the lines. Okay, good. So a high tight flag might be something like this.
SMMT.
It's in the upper region
AAOI.
of the total move. And
Ride halted.
okay, that was Wolf hitting my next exit on Wolf. And if it's from say the move, the candlestick was like this, the first one there, which it is. Okay. But the subsequent days were pull back, and now something like today, push towards the high again, and then let's say it dojis the next day, and then it does this. Maybe it comes down, shakes people out. This kind of a thing. That is a high tight flag, obviously, because from the bottom of the candle to the top there, and it looks just like a flag. But what I'm saying is that you also should measure it from the bottom of the prior day, the total appreciation of price move since the thing started, not just the candlestick. But either is good. It's just don't discount out something like this where you had a pullback in the candlestick of 75%. So this looks like this. Day 2 was like this. We have day 3 like this. This is a high tight flag at the moment for the total move. Move is from way down here. So it's not that tight. Could be tighter. It'd be nice if it was over here, a little bit higher. It certainly would be amazing if it was like this. So that's cool. The annotator thing's working. I'll probably assign some hotkeys to that. Pop that up during lives. That's useful, right? Was that helpful, everybody? Yeah, look at Wolf. Wolf is just flying. Just keeps going. We hit one out of the park on Wolf. Nice. Now, I am going to reserve that particular sound for just home runs. This is not a home run on Wolf. Not yet. A home run would be anything more than a maybe 2 or 3 to 1 return. Something like a 4 or 5 to 1, a 10 to 1 return would certainly be in the astronomical return realm. And sometimes, occasionally, we get 20 to 1s. And on very rare occasion, once every year or two, you might get a 50 to 1 trade. Happens. Those are definitely home runs. That'd be a grand slam. I don't even have enough sounds for that. Well, actually, I probably do. I would just combine them. I would just throw everything in a whole fucking. Maybe I have a kitchen sink sound. That would be good. Yeah. No. Yeah. Kind of a high tide flag. Yeah. Or it depends on where you live. buggy flag or some shit on the back of a dune buggy. I forget if I'm still in that. Yes. Okay, I'm still in it. However, that trade needs to go for a second wave or something.
SDA.
Be watching the 5-minute pullback chart on that one. It had a very nice off of the open 3 green pushes and then pullback. And if it can get a volume increase on the 5-minute for entry, similar to the way we do 1 minutes, you could also read 1 minutes as a volume breakout on a volume trend line. That could be an entry point
OBLG.
or a rebuy point.
YDE may resume in less than a minute.
Already in, you're already in. Very good. Okay, taking my first break, guys. That was the open plus 3 minutes. I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you for tuning in this morning. Just checking if anything else needs my
WOOF. ARM.
CHSN.
present.
ASST.
Okay, taking my first break.
LUMN. CDE. CDE. WOOF. FULC. LUMN. SMFL. CDE. FULC. JBDI. SG. SMMT. SMFL.
PTHL.
SERV. BYRN. FULC. JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 10 hours 17 minutes and 12 seconds. MODV may resume in less than a minute. SERV. WOOF.
BFRI.
BYRN. SERV.
SHOT.
VERI. SERV. WOOF. BYRN. SMFL. WOOF. SMFL. WOOF. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. MODV halted. MODV will resume at 10 hours 20 minutes and 33 seconds. AAOI. AILE. LUMN. UPST. GV. SOXL. CLMT. CORZ.
RVPH.
GV. SOXL. VERI. LUMN. JBDI.
MPU.
LUMN. MODV may resume in less than a minute. JBDI. VERI. LUMN. JBDI. SOXL. JBDI. VERI. LOVE. SOXL. SOXL. JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 10 hours 26 minutes and 30 seconds. LUMN.
MITQ.
SOXL. SOXL. WOOF. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. WOOF. MARA. CORZ. MODV halted. MODV will resume at 10 hours 30 minutes and 19 seconds. WOOF. JBDI. CORZ.
KOSS. INSG.
MARA. PLAY. WOOF. BTDR. CLSK. SOXL. WOOF. CORZ. WOOF. JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 10 hours 32 minutes and 4 seconds.
WLGS.
WOOF. SOXL. MARA. WLGS. CLSK. FULC. MODV may resume in less than a minute. SOXL. MARA. IREN. CLSK.
CCTG.
SOXL. MARA. CLSK. CORZ. SOXL. CLSK. IREN. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. SOXL. MARA.
GNSS.
SOXL.
JZXN.
SOXL.
MIND.
MIND. SOXL. JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 10 hours 37 minutes and 20 seconds. SOXL. SOXL. MARA.
Funny how
SOXL.
everything I said came true. and everything all you guys said didn't. Kind of funny how that worked out, right? Somebody said, I think the market's going to be red today. I didn't want to say, wrong, and then it's red. Not necessarily like that, but I had reason to believe the market was not going to be under too much red pressure, I should say, today. It could close red today. It could move red, and it did. But I think prevailing CPI wins. I would say otherwise.
SNS.
Okay, so that was you, Rommel. It's okay. Look, there's a big red drop right now. Something crazy red. Like, that was kind of a fast red drop. Like, what was that about? Like, we were just speak of the devil, you know? Fucking A. What is that about? That's a strong red drop. Let's see if there's something. I'm looking. You know, I expect sort of like global geopolitical news when something like that happens, but you know, sometimes that happens because, you know, something like Apple gets hit with a giant lawsuit, or you know, things like that. Anywho, Wolf. It looks like what's up on Wolf? Oh, see, this is what I'm talking about my bills. See, I want to have. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that was right at the tippy top there. Very nice. So I did get some more exit on my Wolf position, and I'm at about exactly. I've exited about 35%. So I've exited about a third of my position on Wolf. And again, that might be too slow, you know. Like the way Rommel, you want to take profits real fast, you know, that's a good thing. That's just fine. But this is quite a beautiful continuation day going on there. Let me double check I don't have anything emergencies, and I'm going to answer your question, Randy. Randy, are you still here? I is up huge. Oh, it was. Okay. Man, I think I did not have profit target set on that, and that one was up huge, and now it's geez. All right, got to flatten out of that one. It's been halting down ever since I hit 30, and that was my ultimate target. But I don't think
ONCT halted.
Exits on that. But I've been exiting for days. But the thing is, I'm just gonna go to 30. Oh, good. I got an exit at 29.72, motherfuckers. The only problem was this huge drop. If I had come back a little sooner, I wouldn't have given back, $60 of that big, huge move there. I would have kept it. But hey, not bad, not bad, not bad. That's what you get for setting all your profit targets. Probably I had higher than that. That was 1972. So the only problem I had was I didn't have like an interim one at say 25, and that would have got me fully depleted by the tippy top. Way go me. All right, Randy, it sounds like you're not there anymore, but I'm going to answer your question on chat then, and you'll come back later and you will read it. Need clarification on when you are making the decision of risk size any stock. Yeah, let's go over that in class tonight, Randy. Let's talk about that's a great subject for class tonight because I don't think we've covered that. So, but the question is it before, during the trade, or both? Okay. If you have to jump the gun and get some position right away based on just a visual stop and just get in and maybe you start at a C size, the smallest size, and you just bam, and you're in, then the answer is it would be during/after during that you might assess that it should bump up to a B or an A size trade. But if you have the time to do a little bit more analysis, to look at the history of it, how do pops fade, is this a once, you can tell about it, check the dilution, look at the news, see what people are talking about it, check the liquidity. If you could bump it up to a B or an A before you get in, then you bumped it up to an A or a B before you got in.
YGMZ.
So the answer is
CRDO.
oh, we just had an earthquake. I wonder if that's why the market dropped. Earthquake in Los Angeles, 5.1. Like it isn't hot enough there already. Anyway, Randy, the answer is, less.
SINT.
A precise thing you'd read in a book, but I could put it in a book, but and more of just continually the same thing, which is that the more you know, the more things you have to think about and can decide for yourself in the moment, before and after and during anything, So it's that was the answer, because you asked, is it before or after? Yeah. Again, the answer is always just, it depends. So, anywho, 10 from 20. Yeah, I was up another $100 on that. Unfortunately, did not down and missed an interim order that I should have had in there. That would have been sweet. Again, that is proof. Continue to put your orders in. VRDN, for example, is continuing, and I did not take profit on that. Class is always at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Thursdays. Members, Rommel, you're a member, yeah. So we're near the top on a move that has moved. 20. I did get an exit at 2094. Okay, so actually I've hit all my exits there. And so now put a few more on Viridian. So I'm going to make that 2138. It's pretty cool to see you interested in the penny stocking, Randy, because there are ways for you to do it without managing 50 positions like I've done it. You can just wait. Like you could be an active trader, which is possibility every now and then, a couple days a week or 1 day a week. And then when the opportunities come and they are just nice and perfect, you could just actively trade that one thing and be out potentially by the end of the day. But a lot of the ones that I go for go beyond the day trade, they become swing trades, which is great, but you kind of have to be an active trader to be there monitoring them, like you just saw. A perfect example was, what was that? JBDI. If I was a little bit more actively in front of my desk just now, I was downstairs watching a friend of mine's graduation ceremony from the Navy. And I would have caught JBDI moving in my portfolio. I was just away for 20 minutes. And then it started to halt back down. I would have definitely gotten out during the halt down. I don't like halt downs, and especially since I'm almost all out on it. And that's plenty of move. So I would have gotten out. And so that's an example of how, if you don't not actively monitoring your positions, you're leaving money on the table often, frequently, and those are exactly the times and the monies you need. Like leaving money on the table is bad, because when there's money on the table, that's something. Most of these don't do that. Most of these just don't do anything. And then eventually you just got to go, all right, get out of that. But when something does something and you're not there to capitalize on it, you were in and you weren't there to capitalize on the move, and then it craps out. Tragedy. I'm up 77% on JBDI. At the peak there, I got 29.97. 29.97 divided by my entry of
SG.
3 is 144% gains. And I did get that exit, but I just wasn't here to
NMM.
liquidate out on the drop that came after that. So I did capitalize. I did get an exit at 144% gains on my position there, which is insane, by the way. It was a massive R of multiples. And in general, I did very well on this trade overall. But now I'm cashing out at 77% gains. And I feel bad about it, It's still good. Laughing all the way to the bank on that one. But, I did leave. I left $100 on the table, which would have been useful on that trade. That's the way it should have went.
NMM.
Even if I took out another piece on the way up at 25, I would have capitalized more, and I would have left half as much at risk. And so now I'd be down $50 even now. So there were two errors. One, not putting enough take profits all the way up. And two, not being here just to see that. I could have did that manually even on the day, but not being here to see that, or not being here is another issue, because not being here to see that and maybe act on it during, but then not being here to see the fact that it has been halting down and crashing from that high. I could have seen that on the first halt or second halt. I would have, if I was here seeing something of mine was up 144%, I would have noticed. I would have been, oh, what's going on with JBDI? That's doing superb. Oh, I only took out that much. All right, I better watch it. Ooh, halting down. That's not good. Okay, let's see how it comes out of the second halt. Ooh, halting down again. I'm out. And I would have lost $20 on maximum. I would have maximized and gave back $20 out of hundreds and hundreds of dollars that I've taken on this trade. That would have been no sweat off my nothing, brush off the shoulder. Instead, I took a $100 gut punch. There it is. I'm out now, and look at it fall. 1954. I'm out now, and that's it on it. And very good. Trade well done, but I left like $100 on the table out of maybe $400 total profit on that. So I gave back like 25% of my gains, which is way too much. That could have been, I gave back $20 out of 400, so 380. So now you can see that's only like giving back 3 or 4 or 5% of your gains. That's the difference between being in front of your portfolio. And that's the active issue. The other issue I had was I didn't have my orders set, my take profits. And I know you're really good at that, Randy. But stay good at that. Don't loosen up on that. That is an edge. I have so many positions. I get in so many at the end of the day. I really should get better at setting all those take profit points. And yet I don't. The dollar just got stronger on that drop. The earthquake was a good thing. I don't know why the market dropped back there. But anyway, what did you say? Okay, that's what I thought. I'm having a tough time with the mechanics of the actual steps to enter exit as the trade progresses. So that's part of it, even before I finish your question. There is no de facto step to take. All you're going to do is learn techniques. Techniques to like or not like something. Techniques to get in or not get in. Techniques to size or not size. Techniques to risk or not risk. Techniques to take aggressive profits, conservative profits. See what I'm saying? And then you're always going to be having to dial in every trade before, during, and at the close of it. It's always something you're dialing in from a tool belt of techniques. Except for like the PCS system. You probably love that because it was, a de facto system and has a lot of, but even then you still have to picking the stocks is not perfect. And making some discretionary decisions along the way is not perfect. But it's pretty close. There's a very nice, very systematized. But when it comes to actual trading outside of a put credit spread system, put credit spread trading is a defined risk trading system. It lends itself to having a more perfect, manageable state of rules. Trading from anywhere and investing, all of that becomes discretionary. And you can create rules for yourself that become guide rails, but that's only to stay within a statistical bell curve of expectation. You still need to be able to recognize when something's happening way outside of the realm of expectations and that it might require you to make a different discretionary decision. So this amazing thing about trading and risking capital is, in the end, whatever you want to do trumps whatever anything or buddy says you should do, because it's your money. And how well you do is up to you and not any system. So those overrides, those decision overrides, they can be a problem if you're doing it all the time. So there's this like sweet spot, like in a tennis racket, there's going to be this perfect balance between, okay, I'm going to let the system, I'm going to fall back on our rule here. And no, I'm going to make this decision, overriding decision. Like this morning, we were in a day trade on, I think it was, I don't remember, BKYI or something. We were on this trade and I said, I only have 15% of my position left and I have a stop $1 lower. I'll just let it play out. Moments later, a strong drop of a very little amount, well beyond like almost 10 cents. I'm telling you, I had like $1 to my wrist to stop. But it was a strong drop. It was a breakdown. It was not a good sign. And so I said, you know what? Just forget it. I'm out. So it didn't follow the rules. And I made an overriding decision on a very minor thing. It was a small amount that I had left. And that actually became a factor because it's inconsequential. And I might as well just close it out. Why mess around with something that looks like it's crapping out? If I was in big still, I would probably have said the same thing. And so you get a lot more, you have to be more aggressive is probably what it really comes down to, Randy. When it comes to active trading, it's a lot about aggression, not aggression as far as like, I'm going to get a fucking huge position size. No. Just, how active you are versus how passive you are. Active trading is not passive trading. Put credit spreads I would call passive trading. Swing trading can be along the passive side of things, but incredible performance swing trading is more along the lines of active trading. And then when you get, and I'm not even talking about small capping and penny stocking, I'm talking about like mid caps and above. But then when you get to like penny stock, small capping swing trading, that active trading has to be pretty active. And then when you're talking about real active trading, like day trading, see, swing trading on small caps is like day trading. You're acting in a day trade at the day trade speed level, but you're risking to a swing trade level. It's a little bit different than day trading. so it doesn't hurt as much as the thing wiggles around. Whereas other traders are like, fuck, I'm getting out. You're like, I can sit through this. I want to see where this goes over the next few days. Different. But then, all the way as you get all the way to the other side of active trading, you've even got high frequency trading, scalping, day trading, all that stuff. And some of that you can use. I did a class on it. You can combine it and hybridize it and use it to get into swing trades. You can day trade into a swing trade. But for the most part, that whole left side of the region where things are active is, yes, you have your techniques and you have this tool belt of rules, but there's nothing that works one time that works the next time. Because it's so multi-factored. A perfect analogy for you. It's like playing pool, like billiards. You may have your rules, your techniques, your goals, your ideas, and you may set up that rack the same every time. But I seriously doubt that you could tell me that you've ever played a game that was the same as a previous game. Even though you have maybe 30 techniques, which bridge to use, how to hold the stick, whether to do it this back and forth there, to high-low English, anything you can think of there, where the ball going to go afterward, if this hits that, it's going to go there. These are all your tools. Every trade, no matter how similar to a previous one, is going to need you to consult your tools every time when it comes to active trading. It's never the same. Even though you're going to guide it into very similar circumstances, such as, this is my risk unit, I hope to get this reward, that ought to give me about a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1. Those are nice general things, but you use your 30 to 100 to 1,000 techniques to shepherd that and sort of make that come to existence and manage it. But it is not as easy as just you get in here in the situation that you should get out here if it goes here, and that you should get out here if it goes up here. Active trading is a lot more discretionary than that. Completely discretionary. And up to your wisdom and experience. All right, now continue to read your questions and everything. You seem to have a very well thought out, seamless procedure. Well, see, though, I mean, I have a system which globally, in and of itself, will follow a profitable procedure It's a system, right? But it's up to my 1,001 ways to handle each of those things. Bowling is also a good example. I have my 1,001 ways to handle the situation when it comes. I know what's going to lead me to a profit. I know if I get a split, I'm going to have to throw a little harder and hope the pin can, hit the back and hit the other pin or anything like that if I'm going to make it happen. But there's still a lot up to just you executing all kinds of things you're thinking of. You got to stand right. I mean, there's just so much you got to have working in the right way. My wife is calling me. I'll be right back.
JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 11 hours 3 minutes and 14 seconds. RAY.
MNDR.
MODV may resume in less than a minute. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 11 hours 4 minutes and 43 seconds. EOLS. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. DLTR.
Another analogy that I've heard it called really well, or I've heard it put really well, maybe I'm coming up with this a little bit along with an analogy that I've heard, is basketball. You can take lessons from Michael Jordan. You can buy the best ball in the business. You can get his sneakers. You can wear his underwear. You can wear his clothes. You can show up every day just like he does. You can do the same drills he does. But how good of a basket player are you going to be? That's not going to be up to him. That's not going to be up to the rules. It's going to be kind of up to you. So I can give you the tools, but ultimately, you need to know how to put them together. That's kind of where it's at. I can tell you what can happen when you choose things and you push certain tools and techniques towards certain goals and ideas and elements and aspects, and so you can corner and triangulate something to make something happen. But it's going to be up to you to sort of put it all together every time, discretionarily, the more active of a system it is. Anyway, we'll continue to read, though. What you said is, I need more training time with Thinkorswim. I am a long way from using real money for penny stocks. Right. And even that, by the way, Thinkorswim is kind of a pain in the ass. All right, VRDN is moving. Let's see if it hits another one of my targets.
VRDN.
I just came across the squawk. I need more. Okay. And then he said, yes, but I seem to have tools hiding in places that make it hard to use them. Right, because you don't have the experience to know how important they are. You don't have only the experience can tell you which tools should be at the top of your tool systems, a tool belt, and which tools you can leave in the truck, but that you might need, but that you'll have to go out to your truck and get. But which ones to bring with you, you know what I'm saying? To prioritize them will take time. Not looking to automate my trades necessarily. Well, that's good, but I do, as far as taking my profits. I mean, my profit targets I do, but even that I'll override. I set my wishes, but I'm frequently off. You visualize and adapt and then revisualize. That's a good way to put it. That's kind of what I do. I visualize and then I adapt something. I fit something. And then it changes in discordance with my original vision. And so then I adapt again and refit. That happens frequently in trading. It's a liquid, moving, visceral process, unless you're a scalper. Scalping is very systematic, but they want a whole bunch of things to align. The stars align, okay, in. They have a whole thing when you want the stars to align, support zones, this, all that. Then they get in, and then it makes that move, and then within 2 minutes, they get out, and sometimes even 10 seconds, frequently. That you don't need many tools for or techniques. Scalping is, I guess you could say, easier to learn. Doesn't mean it's harder. That doesn't make it easier to achieve success at, though. But it is easier to learn. Not looking to automate. Okay. Thoughts on BKYI? Just gone below open. Do I still have that? I need to get out if I do. Seem to be doing fine. So, yeah. I don't like what's happened. I forget where I put my stop, but I'm now down to 0.5R. I don't like what I see, and so yeah, I'm going to flatten out. Yeah, you should have gotten out of that. You know why? Because of this moment right here. This is like, duh, things have changed. This could be a shelf offering out there, and they're selling into us. This is a giant trader or a shelf offering, whatever, so no good. And if that's the way it's going to trade, it's over. How can you get into something like that? Not going to work. No good. Exit on. I just got to exit on something. I think it might have been Viridian. I'm not in any of those trades from this morning anymore. TNON, BKYI, GRRR, those were all day trades. They weren't necessarily penny stock swing trades. They could have worked out that way, but this is a long day ahead of us here before the end of the day where you can decide to hold a candlestick overnight into a daily chart system. Let's see. I was going to check. I was going to read more of what you said, but I just wanted to double check what has been hitting. What just hit? That was, Viridian. I just hit another profit target on Viridian. Very nice. And before that, we got out of. I got out of JBDI before that, and then I hit some Wolf targets. How's Wolf doing? Because it pulled back. Yeah, I hit some Wolf targets. The last one was right at the tippy damn top up there. Keep an eye on that, right? But I mean, it's a little bit better than, it is a penny stock. It's a little bit better than others, though. Very liquid, a little bit bigger cappy. Petco Health and Wellness Company. Petco, it's bigger. Okay, that's an awesome comparison. Perhaps you're talking about the pool analogy and possibly the billiard. Yeah, that's the same one. I meant the bowling analogy. I see your point. However, I can be the best surgeon in the world. All the experience and knowledge required, but if I don't know where the nurse has placed my scalpel, but that's the problem. What I was just saying is that you don't know how to prioritize your tools. So you don't know which tools are most useful and not, because you can always fall back. You should be able to get do that brain surgery with a grapefruit spoon if you have to. But There are some tools that are universally that you're going to use, like green over red, red under, pivot, point breaks. I mean, this is all stuff you should be learning. I don't know how you instantaneously know everything. You can't, but your comprehension is really good. Plastic ducks. Then I'm of considerable. Then I'm at a considerable disadvantage. Next, communicating. Usually, if you're needing to communicate in order to trade, you've already lost. So communicating. Oh, you mean you wish we could just have conversations? I mean, number one, we can do private lessons. We did one when you started. Number two, we have class tonight, so I'll be interacting with you more. I mean, if it comes to the point where you'd like to do private lessons in order to tackle a couple of very important things that you're not getting clarity on, maybe that's something we can do. We could do a session, if that's what you mean by that. If I'm reading you correctly about your frustration. So, but I think you're doing quite well, Randy. I'm really surprised. I'm glad. I'm surprised that you're going to try and take it on a little bit, and I think that's great. The gains can be great. Viridian moving up more. Where's my next target? Next target is at 2187, and it just hit 2160. On Viridian, I am up or down. Let's see. But where is it? I'm up 17%. And there's a couple of stocks that I probably should be looking at, maybe taking profits on. I have not, because I don't have those profit targets set. And that's something you're really good at, Randy. Here's one that moved back on me today to just below my break even. That's Oscar. I don't mind that one. Perfectly fine. Not perfectly fine, but I mean, as far as fine goes, this is fine. It's a low volume-ish pullback of a small amount. Oscar may not work out. We'll see. Sometimes on days 2, 3, or 4, they then skyrocket past this waiting period it's in. All right, I'm going to start to thumb through some of you. If you want to ask questions or anything, just go right for it. I'm going to thumb through all of my positions and make sure the health of everything in my portfolio is fine. Then I'm going to move on to seeing if there's anything else hot on the day that we need to take a look at. And you guys can communicate to me anything that you see as well. Or if you have any questions, let me know. All right. Going off mic.
AVGO. TQQQ. VRDN.
NXL.
JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at 11 hours 19 minutes and 2 seconds. OBLG. 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 SERV. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. CNTA. SYM. BOF. SERV. OBLG. GPRE. JBDI halted. JBDI will resume at
FTEL.
11 hours 24 minutes and 18 seconds.
Randy and Michael and anybody who does put credit spread trading or is interested in put credit spread trading, are you guys there? I have some.
OBLG.
HNRA.
So Michael, you didn't get the PCS yesterday
SERV.
on what did I recommend? Netflix.
CIDI.
Randy, let me know if you're still there. I know Michael's here. Yes. Okay. So listen, Palantir is a perfect example of how, you know, how we take profits at 50% max profit, which is halfway to full profit, and sometimes we get a little more. Okay. But here's an example of a time where you were in it and some following day price was way up and you get this huge result and you're way past 50%. Right now I'm at 78%
RTO.
max profit on Palantir that I got in back here. So that's an example of how, like, people who want to, not you guys, but people who want to cry about, but why do we take profits at 50%?
SCWO.
You know, you'll be lucky to get just 50%. Most of the time, by the time you exit, you're getting 57%. Sometimes you're getting 60%. I often find myself, because I'm taking out partials and stuff, getting in the situation where I'm getting in the 70s% and sometimes even 80. Very rarely is it 90% unless I got accidentally stuck in a trade, and that's good. That's fine. Hey, it's money. 90% is good, but I'd rather get that capital back and relocate. But it is slowing down my use of my capital. But this is a great example of what can happen when you're in looking for 50% max to get out, and an example of how all of a sudden now you're sitting on almost 80% max profit on something.
SERV.
Same thing with the penny stocks. It's like you go for the singles, step up to the plate and go for the singles. Don't worry, every now and then you're going to hit a home run. Where is it? Every now and then you're going to hit that home run. Cool.
GEV.
That's what I wanted to say about that. I'll be back in a second. I'm hearing some workers that are here say something. I'll be right back and I'll answer more of these questions you've posted.
WGS.
ARQT. EGIO. GEV. VRDN.
MOND. ENLV.
CNTA. TNA. JBDI may resume in less than a minute. TNA.
Jeez, the headset's running out of batteries. Let's see. What'd you say? No, you looked at it, but okay, blah blah blah. Yeah, no, you looked at it, but had too many questions, so I went back through the class. Okay. Yeah, you better keep doing it because it's not hard, right, Randy? Once you
JBDI will resume at 11 hours 35 minutes
get
and 20
the, what's the word? Get the mechanics of it down. It's very similar to learning to drive a car. Perfectly similar to that. Like when you first are learning to drive a car, just even putting the key in correctly and then turning the key and turning it on and then not doing it again, so because and just doing all that right, let alone to say nothing of like, okay, how much does the wheel move and stuff, to say nothing of like when you're driving and then you hit the brake, you think it's supposed to slow down smoothly and then it's real jerky. I mean, and you don't know where these things are and where's the emergency lights and how do you roll down the windows and where's the AC. I mean, you just need to do it a lot, Michael. You need to stop taking the fucking driving, watching the fucking driving videos, and you need to get in the car on a paper trade and you need to just do them daily, multiple times, over and over and over and over until you can drive the car. And you might become a NASCAR driver that way, but you ain't going to become a NASCAR driver if you keep watching the videos. I mean, yes, you're going to have to get the elements right and stuff, but open a fucking credit spread, my man. You okay? Do it wrong. Please. Put the goddamn key in. Wrong hole? Oops. All right. Next one, you put it in the right hole. That's an ongoing issue. Thoughts on NVIDIA or Tesla? Should I buy now or wait until it drops to buy? And where should I position my buy limit if I were to wait until it drops? So it depends on what you're trying to do with it. Are you trying to invest or are you trying to trade it? If so, are you trying to trade it for a year hold? Are you trying to invest for 5-10 years? Are you trying to get the best price? Are you trying to trade it for a week? Are you trying to trade it for a month? Are you trying to trade it for 3 days? It just depends. Isaac, are you Jugger? You asked a very similar question over on the Discord. Are you Jugger? Nice to meet you. And then you say, I've been trying to do more trades. I'm not quite even half allocated. Okay, good. Yeah, this goes back to your last comment, I think. No, this was the one I wanted to read. I've been trying to do more trades. I'm not quite even... No, you said something earlier about that. I've been trying to do more trades. I'm not quite even half allocated, but running 7 to 10 positions on these penny stocks at a time, which is up from 2 to 3 at a time. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. And I know it's a lot to watch and manage and think about. And don't let yourself think you're doing anything wrong. When you have that few of positions, 5 to 10, 8 of them might not work out. And that's not your fault. Things go. That's just the way the cards are cracking. When you have a low number of instances in your probability spectrum.
JBD, I may resume in
And you said, yes, I exited Palantir last week at plus 50% max profit. Got back in a couple days later. And now 11% max profit. Isn't that amazing? Like you say, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Yeah. You just find the moments on maybe 100 stocks you follow. Maybe 50. Maybe 40. And go, wow, nano nuclear energy hitting my next price target right underneath 13-ish. It is moving. NNE. Yes, look at that. Doing exactly what I thought it would do. So I only have a little piece left now. And it's my last piece, and I think I have it set to profit target right under 1350. Underneath 1378. Very cool. And at that point, I will have been about 4 to 1 return on my risk. And here's where you said what I remembered you said, Michael. I can already see how more positions is playing out with results. Isn't it interesting? And when you get to a higher amount, like 25 positions or more, all of a sudden, if you can manage them all, you do need to be able to be managing them all, but all of a sudden you'll see your desired expectation happening because it's enough to counteract all of the variance. It's not really, but it's 25's, pretty damn good. It's going to quell and quash a lot of the variance down and put a kind of variance strip across that statistical bell curve and get you like what you're looking for. You're going to be a lot closer to getting your expectation. That's like the classes we did on the law of large numbers, applying that to your trading for practice, I guess. But you're probably starting to get the feeling like, hey, if I started real money, why waste my time with paper, right? Well, you still want to get practice in. A lot of things can happen that you haven't seen yet, I would say. And so it still behooves you to I'm not saying you have to paper trade. I'm just saying don't get in the situation where you tell yourself you don't need to. There's going to be plenty of things you still need to keep experiencing. Perfect word. And then Isaac, you said, thoughts on NVIDIA or Tesla? Should I buy now or wait until it drops to buy? And where should I? Okay, I answered that earlier about it. I need to know more about what you're trying to do. I'm trying to trade it for a few weeks to a few months. Okay, I'm unsure whether it is too high now. Okay, so let's go over to Tesla in a few weeks. And you said NVIDIA as well. Tesla is in an interesting spot. It's got earnings coming up. And it's always been repressed by this upper trend line that's been on it for a while now. But lately it's been getting over that point. So I think these recent lows, maybe this one here, or possibly the one way down there, for a longer term move, investment, trade, like you said, weeks or months. Okay, so for weeks, you might go down to this one. So a stop of 170. So a risk to stop to 170. So that's $50 of loss per share. So size your trade to that. I think the workers are calling me. I'll be right back.
JBDI may resume in less than a minute. ITOS. TNA. TNA.
AGEN.
U. EXTR. NNE. NNE. ARQT. NNE.
SGMT.
ITOS. NNE.
Yeah, the more I listen to myself speak, the more I realize how little I know. Well, okay. No, but I just mean by that, but yeah, for sure. I definitely know I know a lot, but I've been doing this for 25 years. But I will tell you, every day, I have a mountain of studies.
U.
I mean, it's an insurmountable mountain. I keep adding to it, this book, that book, this seminar that I found out about, webinar, whatever, these videos, this website, this article. I have it all in my, to do as far as like to go through them all. And it builds faster than I can chip away at it. It builds faster than I can chip away. One day, when I die, I'll leave behind a giant mountain of things that I never got a chance to get through. There's so much to learn. It's never ending. When you have a ton of experience, you'll want a ton of experience more. It'll just keep going. Because sometimes trends change. Like small caps could be in for 3 years and then all of a sudden out for 5 years. What are you going to do for those 5 years? So there's giant shifts that happen. And so you've got to learn to master 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different things in your life with trading. And so constantly learning, constantly increasing your edge, constantly heightening your awareness of the market and the way things are behaving so that you can keep your edge sharp. Because if you use the same techniques that were used 50 years ago that made multimillionaires, now you'll probably break even. They'd break even today. And they've shown studies on that, because the efficiency continues to improve year by year. And that's the same with everything. That's why we increase our GDP and our output and inflation occurs. Because inflation is really deflation. Inflation is us becoming more efficient than the dollar. Us getting $1.10 out of $1. Actually, it's 2% every year. We're able to get $1.02 out of $1 just because of intelligence, cleverness, the efficiency of mankind. So if you take that 2% improvement that's happening every year in the efficiency of mankind and you don't do anything about it, it'll catch up with you. In 10 years, you'll be 20% behind. And in 50 years, you'll be obliterated. Got to keep the edge sharp and keep learning what's not working and what's working and what changes is happening. And as more and more people smarten up, you've got to get smarter. So that's the way it goes. It's like Neil deGrasse Tyson said when the aliens come, because see the difference between a chimpanzee or the smartest animal, whatever it is, I think it's a chimpanzee or something, compared to humans, is just 0.2 or 0.3% difference in DNA. Not even 1% different. 0.3% different. In other words, we're 99.7% identical. And yet the difference is we got to the moon, we build rockets, we completely, we build cities, subways, nuclear bombs. You see, the difference is so huge in just that 0.3%. He said that when the aliens come, and he said that even if they're only 0.3% more advanced than us, if they're only 0.3% more advanced, they'll say, please show us your smartest human. And during his presentation, he said, okay, so they wheel out Stephen Hawking and they wheel him out, and there's Stephen Hawking, and he explains to them all of his theories and everything. And they laugh and go, ha ha, little Timmy just drew that up this morning. We put it on the fridge. It was so cute. That's what it's like. That's what it's like if you fall behind in this world. You have to always be sharpening yourself, or you will extinct. You will devolve, not evolve with the human race. So that is why you could never stop learning. We share 70% DNA with a banana. Damn. That's hilarious. Okay, so anyway, about Tesla, did I get to your point? My point was on, I don't even know if you're still here. If you're still here, let me know, and then we'll go over that. Continuing on, the more I listen to you speak, the more little I know. My plan is to convert a van and travel around the world while trading solar panels and all the good stuff, Yeah, that sounds cool. Until you get to the ocean. But that was a good one. Come on, you know it. It was there for the taking, but I get it. Michael says, that doesn't surprise me. It might be higher percentage with some people. Did you just come back in, Michael? Did you hear my explanation about the difference between the aliens and the gorilla and us and stuff? Did you hear that explanation? I think you might have just missed it because it sounds like you were talking about the banana, but you missed the other part. I'm not sure. Anyway, I got to finish looking at my PCSs and I got to look at all my positions here. Let's go over to Palantir. I was looking at Palantir. By the way, on NNE, I'm up 48% on that now. And that's just indicative of the asymmetric risk reward you can get on stocks that are priced very low because they multiply. I couldn't find your response to this question. I answered it over the air, but I'll say it again. Could you answer it again? I'm trying to trade it for a few weeks to a few months. Yeah. So Tesla, for a few, I was talking about this trend line up here. I was having a hard time getting out of it, but lately it's been poking its head out of it, and so we probably have bottomed. So the bottom of risk should be at least 138, if not this other pivot here, 170. And the most aggressive and risky would be 182. This could be your 3 potential stop points, depending on how conservative or risky and how long you want to take this trade for. This one might work for a few weeks, and then you're out, like a return to this top, maybe somewhere in this top. Risk down to here. This one would stop at 170, would allow you to stay in a bit longer, maybe 2 months. This stop down here at 138 might allow you to stay in forever, but it'd be good for half a year to a year, for months. My kava just got filled, by the way. All right, and so that means we're at 278 basically today, right now. And if you put your stop at 182, that's 228. Did I say 78? 228 minus 182. That's $46 of loss per share. So depending on your portfolio size and how much you're willing to risk, for me it's usually $100 to $400. So I would get 1 or 2 shares of this. I get like 2 shares. So $100 if I'm wrong. With the $400 risk, 8 shares. So I'd lose $400 if it came back down here with 8 shares. But then conversely, if it moved up to 270.65 or something like that, from 228, 265, 8 is about $37 of increase. 37 times 8 shares, I would get $300 on the upside. So I don't like that trade. The way Tesla is right now, I don't know if that's a trade I would personally take. I'm in the put credit spread, which is a hell of a lot easier. But because you would maybe make $300 on the upside, but lose $400 on the downside, and that's the most aggressive, riskiest stop level you could put. Maybe you could put this stop level. You're almost 100% likely to get stopped out of that because it's not in an uptrend. Tesla's not in an uptrend. Nvidia is in an uptrend, but it's now recently went into a downtrend, so it has to reverse over 130 before it's really an entry. So neither of those are really something that you can rely on. That's the issue. Yeah, longer. All right, that doesn't surprise me. I might be a higher percentage. Okay, yes, I've been here, but it's lagging, and I got behind 5 minutes on the stream. I hate missing out with just. I couldn't find your response to this question. Could you? Okay, I said that. Okay, all right. So continuing on, I gotta check all my holdings. Palantir. Okay, I'm gonna go off mic, but you guys are welcome to type.
TBIO.
Randy, if you're here, and Michael, I will say something about the PCS system. When I'm putting an order to take profits on my contracts on a position that I've got over max profit on, you've seen me. I like to put it on just like one out of, let's say I have 5 contracts, 1 out of the 5. I obviously I like to put that at a little bit more of an aggressive price than the mid. Sometimes not, but almost always yes. But if I get a fill, then I go back in for a second contract. Okay, that's my technique. But then that order I most likely will not set to good till cancel. I'll set it for just the day. And this is why on the next day I might find myself still holding some of that with no orders set, because it took the order at the close, or it canceled, it never filled, and I want to reset it today. And the reason for that is because overnight, by the morning, easily through theta decay, the new price that I need to buy it back at will be even lower than the price I didn't get filled today, the day before. So that's why I put it on a day order. So that's why you might think about doing the same. You don't have to, but I'm saying from experience with my tools and techniques, and that's one of the things that I think about discretionarily. I'm able to think. I'm a human being with all kinds of ideas, right? Another great analogy would be chess. I think pool is even a better analogy, but chess, you can have all these techniques, and I can create a mating net, and I can do this, I can create a skewer, and I can do this or that, but the practical application might not even come up in a trade. Some things you know how to do might not even come up in a particular trade. So, but it's still good to know them, isn't it? So that's why it's good to just keep learning. You never know when you might, in some sense, like, the quest to continue to learn is because you never know when you might learn something cataclysmically changing. That happens every now and then. That happens every 5 years or so. Like put credit spreads. That's been something that I've been trying to conquer for 15 years, and I was only able to conquer it in the last few years. Also, when you draw the line on TradingView from current price, how many days out do I put that? To expiration. Minus the price you paid to the top strike. You can ask that during class tonight, at the beginning of class, since it's a little more maybe off topic than what we're going to focus on. But I'm sure Randy would like to hear it too. Wow, he knows how to draw the line. But I'll go over like 2 examples. Can't believe it's only 12 o'clock. This day, in a good way, is going nice and slow motion. I like that. AFRM, because it allows me to be on top of everything. Some days they fly right by. And you're like, what the fuck? I barely got a chance to think about something I'd like to do, All right, AFRM. Here, I'm going to draw the line on this one because I didn't draw the line. AFRM. So now I look at my trade history. When did I get in? View trades. I got in the very morning of the 29th of August. So I start my line there, the very morning of the 29th of August. The morning, that would have been right here. And I don't know where it goes yet. And I look and I say, I have the October 18. So I know it's going to go to October 18. So, oh my gosh, I just coincidentally landed right on it. This is October 18. So then I line that up to October 18. Now I figure out where to put it. I got the 32.5, 30. So I know it's going to be 32.5 because I got the 32.5, 30. 32.5 on October 18. but minus how much credit I'm receiving. So in this case, it was 97 cents minus 50, just 41 cents. So 32.5 minus 41 cents is 32.09. There we go. And I don't care about it being perfect, but you can make yours perfect. Go for it. Knock yourself out. Now I right click that myself, and then I select my put credit spread thing there. Boom, and I've got my line. That's how I do it. Yeah, you can always call them and ask them to reset your paper trading account, and I think you can even create different paper trading accounts and switch to them. So you could have one that's a put credit spread practice A, another one that's a put credit spread practice B, another one that's penny stocking, another one that's this or that. All right, AFRM. So now in that case, I just learned I have a 41 cents, so 20 cents will be halfway. So I want to put my order in. Good to cancel because it's nowhere near there yet, but it's getting close to 20 cents. It's at 30 cents right now. Say 41. Yeah, divided by 2 is 20.5 for one of those contracts. Good to cancel. So now I'm going to let that sit. Good to cancel. So that's an instance where I put a good to cancel. Randy knows what I'm talking about. He's following me. Michael, this was probably a lot for you. I'm like going, okay, this is how you turn on the air conditioning. You put your foot on the clutch and you change it into gear at the same time as you put your foot over here and then release this thing and make sure your rear view mirror here and check that behind your head and look over there too. And, and you're like, oh, yeah. Yeah. You don't even know what I'm fucking talking about. But Randy's like, yeah. When you're first learning to drive a car, but you just got to do it. You need to get on the track out there and you just need to do it. It doesn't have to be worth real money. At least a simulator, for sure. Okay, so there we go. All right, I'm now through all of my put credit spreads. Now, let me take a look at Wolf. I'm going over to my positions, to say nothing of the bonds that I have. Okay, Wolf is doing fine. PLCE is doing fine. I've been hitting. These are my A positions. RMTI has filled. They call it backfilled this pullback from the quite nicely. Looks like it's ready to blast out to new highs. In fact, it just recently did. Very nice. So that position is doing just fine. And I have my break-evens and my stop losses and all these ones that I just chose as well, I believe. Oh, no, I didn't put it on Wolf. I thought I did this morning. All right. Thought I put it on there. Let's put it on. At 11:30 in the morning on 9/11, I picked it up at 4:10. It's right here, and it's not a put credit spread, so it won't be at an angle. It's a flat share price. There's no theta in my favor. Break even, and I got $1 of risk. So I guess I was risking to $3. I think it was even $3.20. And I got A size. I don't have to indicate that anywhere really here. So you can see I'm coming up on nearly 1-to-1. Visually on the size between the size difference here and where it's at now. And so I am expecting more, but if it don't happen, it doesn't happen. It's at least going to maybe try and attempt to get back to this gap. That's pretty much my main target on it. I'm already 33% out, all the way up to here. Remember, aggressive is better. Getting out sooner is better. Okay. Okay, PLCE. I put a break-even entry. Yeah, put it on there as well. Doing better on PLCE. That I'm up 2.5 to 1 already on it, and having taken profits along the way. Parker, this thing is just not moving in my favor yet, but see how I still like it? Why do I still like it? I was listening this morning. I drew some things. What is happening here? That looks good. I'll give you the abbreviation, which is commonly used. In case you ever see it around, you go, ah, that's what they were talking about.
LMD.
Ah, this is OTC as well. Delayed by 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Data is delayed by 15 minutes because of exchange requirements. Please buy the real-time data package. Yeah. How about fuck you? All right. APLD is a 50% position. Anyway, that was a high tight flag back there. APLD is 50% position. It's a B position, is what I mean to say. And not doing great. I'd like to see some follow through. I mean, was this not cataclysmic volume? Follow through is lacking. I could think about de-risking as time goes on because I've been in it for about 4 days now. ARI. I got in on this dead cat bounce potentially that was going to maybe try to reattempt to go up. It did not. I'm sitting right in between my risk on it. I probably should de-risk. It's just not going anywhere. I'll see if, this is a nice little zone here that looks like it's trying to get up to. Puts me in a better place. Getting out or de-risking. So I'll wait till tomorrow or the next day on this to do something. But I looked at it, see? Now APLD, by the way, I got to go back to APLD. This is something I wanted to do. I want to make sure I have exit set on all of my positions. So APLD, I'm going to set that up right now. 680.
JYNT.
Essentially below 7, but I'll call it 679. And then maybe even 699 after that point. 25% total out at that point. 25%. Look at this wide risk I've taken on it. I need this thing to get 722. Takes me about 35% out at that point. Now, if it should move on like I was hoping it would, then we'd be talking about it sliding all the way up here through 8 and all the way up to 850. So I'll take it at 750, 8, and 850. 750, I'll put 743. 8, I'll do
UPC may resume in less than a minute.
93. So that's 50 up. And then at 850, 39. 60 out of 80 shares, or 75% exit all the way to the tip of the top of here. 75% out. Close enough. I kind of would like to be even more aggressive than that. What I'll do is I'll put 2 interim orders of half size in between some of those earlier ones, so I can make sure that I'm at least getting the beef of the move. And the way it's been moving now, a return to break even almost would be a good spot. But
GLMD.
Yeah, 624, even below break even, a little de-risker. My direction. And then let's see, around 725, if I didn't already have it, I do. 750, I already have it. 7, I already have. 680. At 650, see? So all right, so I have 70 out of 80 shares accounted for and set. This is what I want to do with my time right now, is just go through all my positions and make sure I've got targets set. APLD, Airy, Oscar, I believe I do have, I do have, and it looks good. But what I didn't do is look at that. I had to put credit spread on that a while back that I think it worked
VRT.
out. Oscar, let's put in where I got in yesterday or the day before, whenever I got trades. Yeah, 9/11. Towards the end of the day, got in at 2040.
UPC halted. UPC will resume at 12.
B-size position.
In 5 seconds. VRT.
But I don't know. Doesn't tell you that when you go to trade history. It tells you what's still open. 1 day's back from today. How did this shit get reset? There we go. Actually got 140 shares, and I have 130 left because I took one exit already, apparently. 140 shares. And that was double my typical size. So that means the risk was 200 divided by 140, $1.50 roughly, $1.40, and I got in at 2040. So the stop must have been 19. Yeah. And out in retrospect, it's always good to do it on the day of, guys. But your stop on this is 19. Engineer, what you should have known the first day anyway, flat out and easy. It looks good though. I like the stop area. I mean, I can get a 2-to-1 just to a return to highs. Nice strong volume recently. I don't know if it follows through, great. If it doesn't, then I guess I'll dump it. I'll have to mitigate out of it. Okay, PCT we've seen. Well, I'll just take a quick look at it. Anyway, it seems to be doing fine. We've got profit target set. Good. NNE, I mean, yeah, that's super. Really love how that trade move worked out. Because, you know, to catch something down at the bottom like that, basically the reason why I got in is because volume was expanding. It came up on my expansion list. I have this expansion list. Today we have like 7 names on it. I love that expansion scan I created. Never heard anybody create such a scan like that. I have it computed very specially. I have got it computed, and boy, it just really seems to be good things like EGIO. It says today something expanding off at the bottom on EGIO. I mean, what's going on? Like, this could be good to get in. See, I mean, these things. We're gonna take a look at these and potentially get in some of these. Look at this till. It's incredible. It's too late now, but it's, you know, it says it's been expanding for 2 days. Yeah, the last 2 days, but the first 2 days are the ones that are really amazing as well. Could have gotten in at 24. It's now hitting 40. Still, I got to continue to go through what I do have. JBDI, I know I'm out of. VRDN, I'm in and have profit target set. No, I have no more profit target set on Viridian. This is because it blasted through all my profit targets. My highest exit was tippy top, 2187. Way up there. So now I need to look left and get and set them 2145. No, we already blasted through that. 87. I need to get above. Slide up this side. See it hit 2244 would be proper. I have 3 pieces of 5 left. As for entering this PCS on NVIDIA, do I click on the bid or the ask? I know I'm selling the right side of the chain, right? Those are the puts. Then control by the further out strike, correct. Just want to clarify on bid or ask, red or green. To sell something, you have to hit the ask. Buy something, you have to hit the bid. I think, you know, just see what happens. You can not use the control key and replace the order instantaneously with the proper one. So click either bid or ask and see if it sells or buys. But the strike that's closer to you needs to be the sold one, and the strike that's further away from current price is the bought one. Whether it's a call or a put spread you're putting. I know it's a put spread, but that's the technique. 22.44. Next up, sliding up the list here. Yeah, 23. And another piece at 23.50. So 22.96. And finally, 20. PLCE. I just hit another target on PLCE, guys. That thing just keeps going. Woo-wee! It is flying. PLCE. Got it. They are both red, correct? No. This is a paper trade. There, but I think you must have corrected that. They're not both red. Well, they turn both red in the order ticket, yeah. But one's a buy and one's a sell. Look at PLCE go. I still have position on it. I believe I set my price targets all the way up to God knows where. I have 50 more. I have 5 more exits all the way up to 1245 even. 1245, so that's all the way up to here. Then I need to set more from there. I mean, this is just fantastical follow through, you guys. And this was an A position, and I'm at 43% gains, and it constitutes a great deal of, hundreds of dollars there. You can see it goes towards total gains on the day. So these A positions can really work out for you when you can find them. So would you say, yeah, you got it? So did you get it, Michael? Yeah. What you want to do now is maybe open the position in your positions statement and screenshot, copy and paste it into the Discord and show me, just so I can double check you did it right. Lucky, for me to be able to do that. Okay, so anyway, yeah, Neon next. Came out, I took a couple profits, and now it's pulled back a bit. Boy, PLCE is really flying. Love it. I'm at 44% gains on PLCE. Neon EPM. I have no profit target set on that, you see. And I didn't need to. It looks like this is one area right here. EP. 170 shares, so this is an easy 10 share exit here.
UPC may resume in less than a minute.
80, 84, just right underneath every 5 cents, it looks like. Great thing to do here. I have 170, so I can do 17 pieces. Be up here. Right now I've got this 7 out of 17 set. 8, 9. 9 pieces out of 17 is roughly half, so 50% to $6, and $6 is way up here. $30 is, the biggest pivot to get to, and just unlikely yet, just like, greatest, most likely, distant possibility of happening. So I'll just pieces all the way up to that price, which was $6.30, and see what we get here. 12, 13, 15 parts of 17 parts all the way up to 6:30, should that transpire that way on EPM. Yeah, Place is doing really good. Wolf kind of pulling back. Tnon completely failed out, so did GRRR, and BKY has been hell. Would you speak to the advantage versus disadvantage of which expiration date to choose? Shorter versus longer, as per it pertains to PCS trades. You ideally want like 21 days left by the time you get out. So you're getting into something that you don't think is going to hit max profit in less than X number of weeks plus 21 days, and that expiration is sooner than that, then you might not want to go for that one. I sort of don't mind going longer, but like 37 days to expiration is kind of probably okay. When the next choice is like 68 days to expiration. The truth of the matter is 68 is probably just fine. It just depends on if what you're getting it on is all over the damn map, or if it's been moving kind of smoothly and this kind of thing, and you want to just let it play out. Okay, Michael just pasted his thing. That's the order I'm talking about. You didn't even send the order yet? Or are you just recreating the order? Let's see. Sell a vertical. That's correct. Is it a put, though? Sell vertical put. Good. 620, 615. Correct. 97 cents. Good.
DSGN.
Good. That's perfect. You remember what delta that was? Did you check? Okay, that's EPM. Moving down my list here. SOC, which is okay. I already have. This is a great example on SOC of what I was talking about. Price moves in your favor. You're taking multiple targets. Meanwhile, a couple days later, it just doesn't continue, and it starts to come back down and into and cuts through potentially your moving average, whatever that is, or some kind of a trailing threshold. In this case, Kayama, which I love. Yesterday, it kept me in for one more day, and look, that worked out good for me. But the trade is definitely, what's the word? Drawn out, playing out and not following through. One day, the day I get in is not enough. I did take some profits though that day, but it's pulled back and it's back in my risk zone. So that's not good. Usually you want to have taken a bunch of profits and then get out before it comes back to your break even. In this case, so anyway, what I'm showing here, there's this trailing threshold line, whatever it is for you. For me, it's gamma set very specifically. And that could be the 10 or the 20 for you, or the 8 or the 5, or an EMA or an SMA, or it could be pivot levels and all kinds of things. By the way, I use all those. Any of those can override any of the others. Just depends on what you can figure out and what you want to do and if you want to act on it. So anyway, this is back to where it was. I'm probably, if this hopefully follows through tomorrow, finds its groove, and starts to move up and break out. SOC, Clove, October 18, 20 delta. Okay, good. Yeah, good job, Michael. All good. So no real advantage to theta by choosing a 30-ish versus 60-ish expiration date. Well, I mean, the theta will decay more per day on the 30-ish. But anytime you're getting faster theta decay, it's also more sensitive on the delta and the vega and all those other things, on those other metrics, and so there's a trade-off. We'll be very sensitive to price movement. So you don't, that's what I was saying, is like you kind of don't want to get into something too volatile and getting the shorter expiration date. I mean, you're pushing yourself up against a wall in a back alley instead of being in an open field or something. You know what I'm saying? So I'd err on the side of the longer one, but it depends. I mean, if it was GE, I could get the 30 no problem. I have solid, smooth, reliable price action. Certainly not Tesla. Tesla's wild. But something like that's smooth. Maybe I could get the riskier one. Okay. And I'll admit that I half know why. That it's just through experience that I know that those factors, those Greek factors, make it a little bit of a wilder ride on the shorter expiration and a bit of a smoother ride on the longer expiration. What I might do is I might not open a position on a wild kind of just period. But I certainly wouldn't also get the shorter expiration if I had a kind of longer one nearby and it wasn't that long. Let's say it was 59 days. And the stock was a little bit wild. When I did the computation, I could get a 17 delta and it would pay 22% return. That's what I would do. I would make up for the risk by going down in delta. So long as I'm getting a good return, I'm happy. It could be over that. I'll get a 15% return on a 13 delta if I have to, if something's really wild and crazy. But usually when you're having to go that far just to achieve safety, it means you probably shouldn't have got in the first place. But trust me, I'm guilty of that. Trust me. I have plenty of things I probably shouldn't have got into. Right now I'm in Robinhood, Kava, GitLab, Netflix, TSM, Amazon, Affirm, Palantir, Tesla, and Redfin. A couple of those are iffy. Like GitLab, that's pretty crazy. What else? Redfin's been a little choppy. Kava had a drop recently. Robinhood is super unclear whether or not it's going to continue in an uptrend. But the good ones on that list are Netflix, Amazon. That's about it. The other ones are medium sketchy. And then some of those other ones, GitLab and stuff, I'm pressing my luck. So, I know what I'm doing. It might not work out though. And I'm okay with that. But you can choose just not even to get into that stuff. And you can be okay with that. You can be okay with just doing only solid stuff. That's fine. Okay. I've got my hands in many pies and many pots. All right, Clove. I've got that nicely set up, and look, it came almost down all the way to my stop, and then it's back to break even again. Has not really got above Gamma, my line yet, so it hasn't even hit my concept of getting a trailer. The trailing threshold stuff. Remind me to talk about that tonight. I really would like to talk about that more. I think that's what we're supposed to talk about tonight. Okay. Clove. Kook. No way. This is at the top of my list now today? Kook. The other day it was doing so bad to my stop. I see. It's come up off of the stop level that it was at yesterday. Not enough. But it's back and forth. Kook, you better take off. Kook, AILE. Curie. And see, we're getting into midday. It's 12:30 now. Curie doing good. Look at that. That's a beauty. Almost a rebuy point. I'd rather it shot out, came back, and then perhaps. CMPO. Oh, stop. Okay. What did I do? Did I buy more into it? Raised my stop? No, I simply raised my stop. Okay. I did not buy more into it, but I raised my stop. At this point, I think we can raise the stop up to this little bottom. Look out. My stop level continues to rise. I also have Gamma, which I really could pay attention to, which is this trailing line. But you never know which one's going to supersede the other one, and if or you want to pay attention or make a decision on either one. So I have multiple things I'm looking at here. Compo. Great explanation, thanks. Okay, I don't even know what you're talking about anymore, but you're welcome. Not sure what I was talking about. TSSI, I believe I added on that. That brought up my break even. Stop is Gamma line is underneath. We need this thing to take off soon. Soon. Looks like it's going to end up doing this kind of a thing. Just going to roll. But then take off again. But, I don't want to be in it for the rollover and then it takes off. I mean, I've already taken profits on it. Into adding to it. Verna, anyway, I have profit target set on that. Do I have them on Compo? Yeah. And Curie. VRNA, Verona, something or other. Profit target set on that. See, so this is why I'm going through these things. 50 shares. I could take 5 profits of 10, or 10 profits of 5, or however I want. I could take 15 of 3, or I don't know how that adds up. It's where price could go. Wow, it's a recent IPO. Sky's the limit. I don't know. At previous moves, that's how we're going to do it. Move, it went 19 to 9, $10. Previous to that, it went 14 to 24, $10. Let's try the $10 thing. It's at $24.50, so maybe it goes to $34.50. $2 a risk from 30. That's 2.5 to 1 up to 34.50 or something like that. 225. Do that up to 34.50. I'll take out little pieces of 5, 10 pieces of 5, all the way up there from here. So that'll be right here at today's high, which, see, I should have taken a profit there. 8, and then underneath 31. 8, 50, and then underneath 32, which would be 31.98. 20 out of 50. Okay. And then 32.43. Gonna run out. 30 out of 50 set. Or underneath 34. 8. And now I have 40 out of 50 set all the way to 34. I was trying to get to 34.50, remember? So there we are, 34.50, and that's 45 shares out of 50 accounted for all the way to my potential profit target, which is a blue sky profit target. It's harder to kind of know. Is there? If it does end up going there. Curie, Compo, Kook, Varna, TSSI, MWSF, SNF. Okay, so it's cutting into, after a few days now, it's coming back down to my break even. It's cutting in, and it's just riding my Gamma line for my trailing threshold after having made a move. We'll go over that. And so this is when it's on the chopping block, very close to being on the chopping block. FCCN has all my profit targets set. FCCN has not really made its move yet. This was just like a super holy grail. Try to be in this. It went from 5 cents, $5. Okay. So this thing could go from $3 to $300, you know, so it's worth the risk sometimes on these. I still have it in my C setup size. Doing anything, but it might. And is it going to take 3 or 4 months for it to do it? I don't know. I could probably check the news on it and it would explain why it's not doing anything further. Maybe it won't do anything further.
12 hours 41 minutes and 19 seconds.
But I just don't give a shit. APLD. I mean, I'm telling you the truth. I'll go back on that. If I want to get that fucking granular on something that's 1/70th of my portfolio, I will. Just set the fucking stop. Come on. APLD. And do I have profit target set on that? Yes, I do. Good. Okay. So we're all set there. Box. I know I have profits set on that. Profit target set on that. And look at this. This is a good example for tonight. I've taken some profits into this move. It's not even a 1-to-1 yet. But since I've taken some profits and it's been a long time, it's time to start to potentially think about respecting the trailing threshold, which is nice because it's way above my break back. Unless it's a violent move, I'll be getting out at a profit. I think my wife said some lunch is ready. Okay, I'll be back in a few, guys. Take a break.
UPC halted. UPC will resume at 12 hours 44 minutes and 25 seconds. GLXG may resume in less than a minute.
SQNS.
U.
BAER.
EGIO. UPC may resume in less than a minute. EGIO. BNTX. UPC halted. UPC will resume at 12 hours 50 minutes and 3 seconds. SYM. EGIO. UPC may resume in less than a minute. UPST.
GSIW.
GSIW. GSIW. EGIO. UPC halted. UPC will resume at 12 hours 55 minutes and 35 seconds.
EKSO.
EGIO. U. EGIO. EOLS. U. EGIO. SYM. UPC may resume in less than a minute. EGIO. SYM. SYM. VRNA. YMAB. DAVA. UPC halted. UPC will resume at 13 hours 4 minutes and 8 seconds.
NRXP. MODD.
All right, so no real event, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so nobody said anything while I was gone. Let me know who's here. Let's see, I think I even can click on something called participants. Okay, well, none of you are here. Let me know if you're here. I was going to tell you something that'll make perfect sense for Michael, maybe a little sense for Randy, and then maybe know who's here. I'm here, Michael. How do I get out of a PCS? Nothing I click on seems to show a close or anything. Okay. And then Randy says, looking at Celestica, I think that one is, right? CLS. For a PCS, what do you think? I'll check. I'll see it filled up $5. I see it filled, and is up $5. Okay, Michael. All right. Whole bunch of components that you need to get under your belt. Keep working on that stuff, Michael. But listen, this is what I was going to tell you guys right now. Is a perfect example. I just had my lunch. I played a game of chess while I was having my lunch. It's playing back the game right now, and it says, nice win. Let's review it together. What you can see at the top here is that, if it's staying in focus, is that for most of the game it was even, and then I was losing, and there was no hope. But what happened was, when I started to lose, because I knew I lost a piece that was important, I noticed that there was 37 seconds left on the clock. So I pulled out of my tool belt a technique. I won that game, by the way. I pulled out of my tool belt a technique, which was to make sure that I don't do any trades, because that's what they're going to want to do when they're up in points in chess. They're going to want to, do trades, trade down, get you weak, and then potentially go for a pawn and rook endgame, something like that. Pawn and king endgame, or of course dominate and checkmate you. But we had already traded queens earlier, so it was basically already in an endgame type scenario. So 37 seconds left. What I did instead was I used a technique, which was to make sure that every time he tried to get in a situation where he was going to try and trade with me a piece, to not allow that trade to move. So I would not allow that trade. In addition, to keep my pieces nice and tight and solid, So there was no openings. And then every time he went and tried to get an opening to try and just prevent him from being able to have that opening. So little teeny incremental solidifying moves. And that took up my opponent's clock, and they eventually ran out of time because they couldn't get an edge in with me, even though they had the advantage and they were winning, and they lost. And I won. So that's an example, you see, of just having all these tools in your tool belt. It's not like you're going to win when you're losing in trading. But it just goes to show the analogy of like when we were talking about pool and billiards or bowling or chess, that you want to just have, you never know when it's going to come up and you're going to need a particular technique. But that's why you learn the techniques, so you can potentially employ them when you need to. And that's why you keep learning them, and you don't know which ones in the beginning. If you have only played like 50 games of chess or 300 games of chess, you don't know which of the 100 things you just learned is going to be more important than another. It's just going to take time. Like for example, Magnus Carlsen had a really cool moment during the finals of this last Speed Chess Championship. And in one particular game, it came down to where he had 2 knights. His opponent had, I believe, was a knight and the 2 kings. And it's one of those things that you should study if you're a grandmaster, but it rarely comes up. 2 knights versus a knight. It's not a draw. If you capture the opponent's knight and you have 2 knights and they have a king, although they cannot win, you can checkmate them, but you're not allowed under rules to checkmate them. The game is not allowed to go on, where a person is not allowed to play if they can't win. The game cannot go on unless they keep the knight. So the opponent has to keep the knight, and meanwhile, with your 2 knights, you have to checkmate him. So he can't trade that knight. He can't trap you in such a way that the knight gets traded off accidentally, or you didn't see it. And you've got your 2 knights you're dealing with, and there's only one way to checkmate your opponent, and that is with the knights, and without accidentally capturing his knight, and without accidentally letting his knight capture your knight or get traded off somehow, by pushing his king into the corner. It's the 2 knights versus 1 knight and 2 kings. The only way it can happen, and you can checkmate them if you can push their king into a corner. Then the 2 knights are able to coordinate in such a way that you can do what's called a smothered mate, using the knight on them. Now, when that comes up, you need to have that in your tool belt. But is that going to come up all the time? Lucky if it comes up once a year. And he plays every day, all day long, thousands of games, tens of thousands of games per year. You're lucky if it comes up once. But Magnus knew what to do. And so he was getting it all going, and he almost did it, but he made one mistake. He actually did make a mistake, but he knew what he had to do. At least he knew. He wasn't as well practiced as he would probably have hoped to be. Something happened. He made a little mistake, and then all of a sudden it went to a draw situation, and they were fighting and fighting, but now the only solution was going to be a draw unless the opponent made a mistake again. And it went to a draw, and he got out. But there's another example of, like, you don't know when it's going to come up, you don't know when you're going to need it, but by God, it'd be good to have it under your belt, So what'd you say? I'm not ready to play you yet. Don't worry, man. I love playing, and I lose a lot more than you think. That's actually something I'm seeing even now is time. Having been hearing, watching, and learning from you the past few years, so many things I see now, I didn't see them because of the yeah. Isn't that crazy with time? Yeah. Even the same thing I may have said before, you just understand it in a different way. All right, why am I up big today? Let's see what's happening. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. That's really what it is. I'm looking across everything. It's a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and that really is what it is. Okay, I'm going to finish going through my positions, which I'm almost done going through, and then we're going to look for new opportunities. We have 3 hours to the close. This day is just moving along nice and swimmingly. Curie, Kook, Ale, M&D, Compo, APLD, FCCN, TSSI, Vox, Atra. Okay, good on that. I mean, what do I want to do? Think about it tomorrow because it's right in the middle of CRMD. Okay, see, I need to know when did I get in this and how's it doing? And I don't have anything listed there, but I do have take profit set, so that's good. But when did I get in this? Yesterday, around before noon, at 6:56.
UPST. mRNA. CVNA.
Here. And my break even, let's see, yesterday, I don't know if I've gotten some profit targets yet, so I need to actually look and see how many shares did I fill. CRMD. 200. I did take already 25% profits. So that's good to know. Yesterday. So I had 200 shares, and it was a C-size position, meaning I had 50 cents of risk on a 650 roughly entry, so my stop was probably $6. Reverse engineer that. See, I don't like to. Record on that. Matter there. Dead exit out of curiosity. 695. Okay. Dead in. TP1 up there. Helps me know I took profits already. Okay, next up, CRMD. Okay, Vina EOS box. Okay, box. Good, that's all set up and I have my exit set. EOS. Okay, that's all set up and I have my exit set. EOS. I've been in it for a while and obviously I must have taken some profits. It came back down and under my trailer threshold, but it's back up and over it again. Okay, so I'll just keep watching it. EOS, VNet. Look at how high that went. I feel like I just got in that yesterday. Time flies. Look how the trailing threshold, gamma, after it reaching profit points, it's getting close to, probably tomorrow it's going to backtrack underneath the trailing threshold. So probably I should get out of it today, but let me take a look at it. When did, how many shares, what do I want to look at here? Yeah, I need to look at the history and see if I've been taking profits. I do have my profits set on it. Profit orders. Okay, I got 300 to open, which means it was 33 cents risk to stop. I got in at 33 cents and set my stop at $2. So that's exactly correct in reverse engineering. I've already taken 1, 2, 3 exits. Let's mark them in just for fun. The first one was on the day of, and the second one was on the day of at 248. Is that correct? 248 and 258 on the day of. Oh, it's this day, the next day. Yeah, it was the next day. 248 and 258 that same day, which is nearly top ticked. I probably don't need to put the numbers. Okay, and then on the 10th, like a week and a half later, another exit at 288. So like somebody was a bad boy on the 10th and didn't put their exits in like they should have. 288 was right here. And I guess I must have that day not put my other exits in because I should have took some more at 98. Anyway, I've still got, what do I got on VNet here? I think half a position. 150, yeah, I've still got half a position. I've taken these drop profit points. I'm at where I took profits on the last one. That equals 23% gains. Back at 310, I was 310 divided by, I was up 33%. Now I'm only up 23%. So there's a perfect example of me being bad about putting in exit orders. I should have had one somewhere in here, maybe two, and I should have had one up here. And that would have almost brought me all the way out. And then that would have been perfect. So I was on a roll, but then neglected my position. That might not happen to you if you only have 10 positions, but with 70, it might. Anyway, I'm going to flatten right now. So that's that. At the end, that goes in the books as a 23% gain with multiple profit targets taken. Good. And then it's what, 2R, which is great. That's fine. Now this thing VNet, it might settle in and then continue on. You know, that's a definite reality. In an alert line. Let me know when it crosses the alert line here. Wait. Trendline alert, yes. In case I miss it the first day. I have a template for alert line. So this VNet might become an entry with a stop at like 260, 265, 270. Down here, maybe even 275, something like that, in the coming days. And this thing could skyrocket further. There's a lot of blue sky. Well, there's a lot of territory up above that's untouched. Next, VNet CRMD VOR. I heard of Phil also. Let me check on that. PLCE and Curie. Curie's doing good then, huh? Let's see. Ooh-wee. Yeah, Curie's on the move. Very nice. Very nice. So, and I have further targets set on that. Not a whole heck of a lot, though. Probably should be a little bit more diligent about getting some of those in. Let's go now. Great thing. I've got profits all the way up to, it looks like $1.92 or something like that. Let's see. I have one at 184 coming. Yeah, that's coming soon. It just hit 182. I've got one at 189. And so therefore, maybe I need one at 194. And then 199. Let's at very minimum, let's get those in. They're easy. Boom. Boom. And I am up 29% on this trade, you guys. 29%. This has been working, you know, like what it says PL open and PL day. These numbers are a small amount compared to everything that I've been chipping away at over the last few days of the position working out. But, you know, you still got to manage it. All right, $2. And then after it reaches $2, it should slide up this retracement. Struggle until 229, 240. Might top out at 240, at 238. At that point, I will have 40 shares left to get rid of at 238. So let me put one up there. Now I have 30 shares left to exit all the way up there from $2 to 238. So what you think? 209. Now I've got 20 left. 219 and 229. There you go. That's the entire position. What's the word? Accounted for? Accounted for? Something like that. Entire position accounted for on the move. 29% gains. I put a stop at $1. The break even here. Realistically, the stop's, you know, very wide and conservative. I am going to go ahead and move it up to about $1.50 to be safe now, because it's had a flag up there and breakout on with strength. Nearly constitutes an entry, by the way. It's already kind of getting away from you. Okay, that's Curie. So anyway, that just filled. And then the other one, actually, I had another thing just fill. And that was Place. Keeps going. Yeah. Went to 1177. Children's Place keeps going. Fantastic. All right, and moving down the list some more. VNet, VOR. Okay, I've got those set, but do I have exit set? I have no exit set. So if this thing were to take off, I'm not doing my diligent management. And I need to make sure I do. All right, I have 300 shares. I could do 30 share exits. I could take 10 of those. That doesn't allow me to be very aggressive, though, and it looks like this stock's being a pain in the ass. So I need to be even more aggressive than normal. So I probably should take 650 share exits, and at really reasonable levels. 24.
mRNA.
Because I'm not really expecting this one to work out. Okay, return to order. It looks like I already have some set on this. Oh, I do. I have 270 set. So where did I put them? 25. Next one, 139. I think that a lot of this is a little bit too wishful thinking. I think these are 30 exits. I'm going to put some in-betweeners in there. I can put 3 in-betweeners. 19. 9. Nearby in-betweeners. And 134. At least it will have carved out a little bit more. All right, that's 4. FBLG, I only have like 3 left here to go through. FBLG, it has really pulled back and lacking the follow through. It followed through on day 1. The original position size was 80 shares. I took 2 take profits. That's FBLG. Once you've taken some take profits, I mean, subjective, but 30, 40. Once you're getting up there and profit taking 40% of your position, so more than that. But then, when it comes back to your break even, you consider selling it before you break even. But like the Gamma line, on mine, trailing threshold on this is telling me, thing a little bit more. But looking back on it, there's not much to expect. It's just, I believe it was a huge volume day. But it was not the biggest volume day. So this is probably not going to work out. And we can kind of see that already. So I'm trying to flatten that out. The end on that one. Put a little note. Exit.
RDFN.
Back. Lacks prospect. To put it in gold miners terms, I feel like I'm a reincarnated gold miner sometimes. I just hit up $1,000 today. That's good. And that's across all my little teeny weeny $16 here, $42 there. Some things I'm up more. I got, all the PCSs in total are up $272. Got Wolf in place and RMTI and some A positions doing well. Every position's doing great. The smaller positions are the ones that are not doing too well. And I had to cut NEO for $144 loss this morning. But yeah, let me take a quick screenshot and post it to the group. Just crossed 1,000 on the day. Oh, I probably should post that in the post your gains. 1 sec. Just crossed 1K on the day. Still early. which means it could go away too. But it's been incrementally, being managed well, I think, today's. So I flattened FBLG. And after that, we got BQ, which was all set up. SPI, my last position to check on. And it's not doing great. Down 20%. And it's 60% of the way through my R. And as you can see, it's not marked up. It's a C position, though. So the size and the impact is low of the R. 0.25 R. So I got in probably yesterday, it looks like, based on the chart. Yesterday at the close at 51.56. And for $100 of risk at the C level, 0.25% R. I got 500 shares, which means what? 20 cents of risk? So my break-even would not be 50, would be 30. Yeah, so I have my stop down here at 30. This has not followed through. That's not good. I can see if that's typical. The highest volume since 2022, when it had a little high volume spike in 2022. Where's that? Is that here? Yeah. It was a red day. Spike before that resulted in follow through. It looks like historically all the volume spikes over the last 4 years on this have resulted in no follow through. It had one run when the spike was at the end in exhaustion. So the dream of this volume spike kicking off a move here is evaporating, and just a dream, I think. So I'm going to close that SPI out. I won't have to worry about it at all anymore. Add a loss of 0.6 R to my C positions, which are 0.25 R. Gapping allocation. Okay. We are all caught up. Everything taken care of. The health of everything looked at. Cleansed out. Healthy. Good. Sitting at a K of gain. And now let's go see some new opportunities on the day. Did I modify my Gamma settings? Next thing I'm seeing is having a time. Did I modify my Gamma settings for this? For penny stocking, I may have. I don't think I did. Here's my settings. You have way more settings. Oh, yours is called a Gamma strategy. You don't want to use a strategy in TradingView. Those are things that trade for you. They buy and sell positions automatically. I can't even believe there's a Gamma strategy. That's kind of cool. Should have it exit positions whenever price crosses the Gamma. Anyway, there's mine. Post pasted to the group. Okay, we got to look at new opportunities here. Very Tenon, we know is red probably. Yep. MNTX. That's a buyout, obviously, unless it just came up. No, it's been up all morning. NTG, UP down. NTGR. Net gear. How about that? That's a big pop, and it's not a catalyst change of some kind. Doesn't look like it, although I could tell by looking at the daily. Like a buyout. What is this? Asian equities traded, blah, blah, blah. Yesterday, 2 hours ago. No, that's BQ News. Why are you showing me BQ News?
RDFN.
Netgear rockets after raising revenue outlooks. To it, 60 million. 500% more than normal. Got a sell-off that we can almost
YYDE will resume at 13
a
hours,
spike.
34 minutes and 41 seconds. U.
Interest since not a penny stock, guys. Why I'm debating whether or not to touch it is, but you know, neither is Wolf. But you know, it's continuing and making me money. But it also allows me to be in a position over here. I do notice intraday that it did fail to hold those highs and then backfilled and then failed. And now it's popping again and it's probably going to fail. General lacking anything to say that price should go higher. Yeah, I'm going to skip that one. All right. Well, Smart for Life, no. PC, Wheeler, down, I think it says. Yeah. Ray, we saw this morning. Ace doing great. Wolf holding up there. BKYI, a full-on failure. I really have not liked the BKYI action. Last few days we were in it. It was like CNA. I mean, it was just really bad. GRRR was easy to see it was bad. Tenon, easy to see it was bad. BKYI was lowering you in and then pulling the rug out under you and then luring you in. There was lots of trade manipulation by market makers and potentially hires by the company on this BKYI. Really, really don't like it. I forget what the dilution says about it, but okay, yeah, I was looking at some missile news there. Continuing on to look for opportunities here. CSBR we looked at earlier. Oh, Redfin's been flying, huh? Nice. See, like from a shares perspective, I would trade this completely differently than a put credit spread, Michael. I'm up 41% on the put credit spread. Did you have a question about your put credit spread? I forget if you had a question earlier on your put credit spread. You said something about $5 or something. How do you close it out? I think you said, how do you close out the put credit spread? You can right click on the position and choose close position, and that'll bring up a ticket that'll do the reverse of what you did to get in, which is buy the one that you were selling and sell the one that you were buying. So it closes it out, it negates it out, and it closes it out. But you might want to do that only with one of your contracts. You might want to set your max profit on that to be halfway between 0 and where you sold it, 97 cents or like 47 cents. And might want to set that to good to cancel and let that sit. And regarding size, your size should be 1/20th or 1/50th. Well, you're going to have to watch a sizing segment on the credit spreads because that's kind of interesting. It has to do with margin and buying power effect and stuff because you're. So you probably got too few contracts. If you had, let's say, $100,000 paper trading account. By the way, you should set your paper trading account balance to your real account balance so you get used to feeling elated at, $14 gains or panicked when there's a $7 loss, whatever it is, it should equal the same. You do not want to be teaching yourself to like or hate dollar amounts that are not relevant to you in real money trading. So they should be matched. No. Summit, Randy. Right? Summit's still doing good. Yeah, you really picked a good one there with Summit. I guess you, because of the Catalyst, but I wouldn't put credit spread that one. I would have gone here on Catalyst, and then I doubt I would have held it this long, although Gamma maybe would have kept me in, but no. And then all of a sudden, boom, $13 to $28 now. She said. Continuing on, no, Lunar. No. BGLC. No. Oh, it's happening right now, is it? BGLC. Frenzy Fury is going on since noon on BGLC to 35 cents, 15 cents. So shares. I'll give it a try. From here, stop at 35 cents. Yeah, which is basically all the way back down here. We'll see where it goes. 50.5 cents is what I got it at. C position. I know nothing about this really yet. Just call it 34 cents, fine. All right, well, it's already moving. C position size. Looking back on it, it looks like it's a biotech, so it should be C minus. These are extremely dangerous and they sell into you. Every green day has been met with sell-off, peaking. And then every green day has been met with peaking. I basically should start to be getting exits on. Ready, going to set an exit right there. And I'm just going to, as it has strength throughout the next 30 minutes, I'm just going to sell into it. I'm just going to sell into all strength. Because that's what they're going to be doing. This looks like a shelf offering hell. This toxic dilution, they call this kind of a company. This is just toxic dilution. I'm going to preset some orders to just start chunking out of this puppy. I just got my next order out on that. Yeah, I did. Just going to of exits, and I don't even care. You could call this haphazard if you want. I just sold something else. I'm not sure what that was. That was not this. That order. So I'm going to go check on that.
RYDE may resume in less than a minute.
YDE, yeah, it's probably halting down. All right, I got a bunch of orders all the way up to 80 cents, which is way off screen. So that's probably not even going to happen. Probably need to get even more aggressive at that. So I'll put another one in. Especially aggressive where it's at right now. Okay, that brings me up to, I can put one more. All right, and that's probably not aggressive enough. See, it's already pulling back. They're already getting on top of it and selling it off. Maybe it'll have a little extra pump, but I might just flatten out of this in a minute. Okay, what just sold? Filled order. Closed out my TSM at 45 cents. So now let's put another order in because I got one more contract. Already I can get 44 cents. And so I will put in 41 cents just for the day. And tomorrow it might even be at 40 cents or 39 cents. So I don't want that to hold over to tomorrow with a good till cancel order. That would not be good. Okay, good. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm at 1,030 on the day now. That's even with this bullshit BGLC trade going on. All right. Continuing to look for opportunities, though, for holding over to close. Color star. Huh. Wow.
mRNA.
A tough one to short at $1. 80 cents of gain all the way back down. It's just that maybe this turns into a long. I'll just add the position. ADD. Shares for me.
LUNR.
Need to get back to that other one. It's quite volatile. Let's get back to it in just a second. C or something. 50 cents of risk at 160. 55 cents would be my stop. Fast math. All right, BGLC, I believe it was. Did you take some of those profits on Redfin, Michael? Because you said you had shares.
UPC halted. UPC will resume at 13 hours 40.
Actually, it's continuing. Okay.
LUNR.
Sit back and forth. LUNR, Lunar. Yes, we're on that. Okay, what else we got here from the lists? Small capping, Heisen, Siri, FBEC. I think it's just a split. Yeah, see, I lost my top volume list. That sucks. I lost all these lists that I had. It's a screen problem.
PRVA. LUNR.
TH, did she just say that? Because I was just about to pull that up because I saw it on my list. Okay, not very much volume on that. WLD, WLDB, and maybe F. Yeah, wild. Not liquid enough. We need trading to squish the bid and the ask into each other at all price levels. Nice liquidity. G-Roy. Like Michael's not here because he didn't answer. This is a good day on the market. It's a good day to get into positions for like PCSs. I did just hit several of the BGLC take profits. BGLC blasting. There's some more. I just hit in 7 of my exits. And this is what I was talking about, is that I want to be kind of aggressive on this one because this one, I'm not sure how much I can trust it. BGLC. You say I literally just ran upstairs for a few seconds. I was asking you if you had taken some of the profits on Redfin yet. Partial. I mean, since you have shares. Been making a nice move, I think. Yeah, you probably should be taking at least a teeny weeny partial. See BGLC coming back now. On the day I'm break even. On my entry, I'm down. So like, easy ass stock. I might just flatten out here. Done with that one. No, made $1. I mean, I'm sorry, lost $1. Forget it. That BGLC is a nightmare. When I looked back on it, I wanted to get into something that showed up real quick on the radar, and that was a case of like what we said this morning, Randy. I got in, then I checked. Did I want to keep this at C size, or do I want to step it up? It turned out not only is it a C, but it's probably a C minus, maybe even a D, which means that if I had a chance to look at it beforehand, I wouldn't even have gotten in the first place. And it looks like that would have been the right decision because every pop tops and gets sold. And you know they're doing that. It's a biotech. But that's heavily. I mean, the rate of decline and how aggressive they're all over every move like that is probably a little bit higher than toxic level of dilution. it like might be approaching near criminal, although not illegal, probably. I bet they're thinking illegal things. They're just slipping it by the radar. Whoever's the CEO of these companies, you look at a chart like that and know you don't want to do business with. I could tell by a chart, that's why I'm chart trader, I guess.
mRNA.
All right, let's go through some other opportunities. That one's forget it.
VLCN.
Oh, no. What is this? This is an ETF. Talking about, I guess that is what they're talking about. Next Gen Economy ETF. To that. CRVS. Oh, yeah. This was moving before. And the last 3 days is a very nice move from 4 to 5. Here, PLCE, EV. Interesting,
mRNA.
Waiting all day ever since it made some strong drops along the way. You see that? It's so obvious that you don't want to like this one. See, so you have to think about making progress. Sure, it had an attractor on the left side. Think of that as dropping your bait and lure 1,000 feet. It's gotta get down to the deep. Okay, now it's down there and it's shiny, and then it's getting nibbles and it gets a bite, and then they're like, yeah, and they yank you, and they got one. They throw the fish in. Then it it moves and you go, ooh, I got lots of nibbles, and it moves and comes back, comes back, all bullshit, right? And then it moves, comes back, fades, moves up, whips down, dumps, pulls back a little bit, dumps. Like, where's the progress is what I'm talking about. Where's the long? Where do you see this as an opportunity to go long? It doesn't exist. So it's crap opportunity, you see. Because these big, huge drops are totally useless. And yet you'll see them every day on multiple stocks and multiple tickers and multiple hot stocks. And all I can tell you is that over time, you'll learn to realize that just because something's up a lot on the day doesn't make it an opportunity. You still need to look at it and say, is this Whiplash Chop Central / Rug Pull Central? Or is this something that's, people can't stop buying? Does this look like something people can't stop buying? No. There's nothing. Got up to a level, and since it's been there, it hasn't made progress that you could rely on or bet on. It hasn't converted anything into a useful result, and that's an indication in and of itself, you see. Price action is an indicator. Oh, something's not doing too well here. Oh, Kook has completely bombed. Oh, look at that. I knew I should have gotten out of that. I was going to trim that this morning. All right, you bastard. So now I had almost double my loss on that than I wanted. But look at that. When did that happen? Let's go take a look on the intraday. Oh, it just happened. So it was a good thing I noticed that, but it's halted. It means I'm probably even going to get a worse exit. Yeah, thank God I noticed that though. 1, 2, 3 minutes ago, it started falling. Right, well, that's taken care of.
mRNA.
That brought my day down from, over a K to about 960. Still okay. But yeah, got to get out of that, and it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't know what happened, but that's kind of what I expected with this shitty thing, and I really was considering getting out this morning and yesterday. It was not good follow through. And I guess you could say it's a good example of that I should have listened to myself, but I was about to get rid of it. I was already. So there you go. Sometimes these things just happen a little bit more in an accelerated manner than you expected them to. Yeah, I was just looking through everything, PL day and PL opens and all that, and seeing that I had a triple digit loss on something, which that's using a $100 as your risk unit has its benefits in that way.
SAVA.
You see triple digit, you're like, hey, what was that? No, that should not be. So that called my attention right away within 3 minutes. You can see how often I'm scanning with my eyes. And that's so I was being pretty diligent, right? And this is being an active trader and being very diligent and active about monitoring my portfolio. And even that got halted down and hit and is at about almost negative 2R. And that's probably where I'm going to get out with it. Put an order in with a halt down like this. Do you do market? Yeah. I mean, that's what I did. You don't always have to do that. That's up to you, man. And yes, I did in this moment. And probably I could say I usually do, but sometimes I don't. You know how to put a market order in? Yes. So you have that in your tool belt. You see what I mean? So you say, when you put an order in with a halt down like this, do you do market? When I do, yes. I choose to do that. See? So you have to decide to do that too when that situation comes. Stop copying me. Just learn the tools, and when the situation comes, decide what you want to do. And I'll bet you 9 times out of 10, you decide to sell at market. There it goes. I'm out. And sure, but I think I got out at a better price. Let me double check. And I was expecting it might have been $40 worse, $30 worse. I'm not sure. Let me see. But it doesn't matter because, when you want to get out in that situation, that's what you got to do. No, they gave me the worst fill there was. Oh, no, they didn't. 89 cents they gave me, which was right here. It's already at 80 cents. So I'm better off now. See? So I didn't get it bounced all the way up to $1. I could have waited. And here it is bouncing again, even to 93 cents. And it may come up to $1.20. Who knows? But out is out. You can't choose to stay in because it might get better every time across 100 different instances of that, because you'll get wiped out probably 2 out of 3 times worse than even where you got out. And remember, I'm getting out at worse than my stop. So I needed to get out. It's like the nice thing was it was a C-size position, and 1 out of 30 C-size positions I have. So being countered by 29 other ones, including, I don't know if I'm still in anything that's astronomic right now, but like, for example, NNE, I'm up 40% in. So that's a C-size position. So, or for example, any position that I'm taking 3-to-1 risk reward on, or 4-to-1, or maybe even 5-to-1, is easily making up for this once in a rare -2R loss. You see? So that's the importance of not putting all your eggs in one basket too. All right. This GV, yeah. So GV, we do not want to get in. That's a long story short on that. I'm still within my stop because I've been going wider on these. On what? Are you in Kook? You have a wide stop on. You should get the fuck out of it. I can't even believe you have a stop on Kook lower than the low of the last year, because that was the low. Oh, you put this low, 70 cents. So you were in Kook? Well, good for you. Actually, I would say good for you. Good, like good job, not good for you. Maybe that sounds wrong. I mean, I'm proud of you. Good job. I probably should have put 70 cents as well. But that's because of that spike you saw down that you saw. I would have probably put it at 115 at best, or maybe $1. So really good job on you on that. Now, that makes sense to some degree, and also because it looks like, follow throughs have been lacking and it's been one hit wonders. So anyway, you need to get all out though, by the way. Even here, that's bad price action. Whatever the fuck just happened, be grateful you have a big wide stop, but you don't want to be in that anymore. It broke down in price and you'll forget it. It's underneath where the move started. PDT, you got in this today? This is 3 days ago we got in this with a stop to 70 cents. Now, I know I could pull a few day trades here and there. I'm not sure what you're talking about. This Kook is not a day trade or anything to get in. Oh, you got into this today? This is not an entry day. Okay, I'm not sure what you're saying about PDT. PDT doesn't apply on this trade, which is 3 days old now. MPST. That's why I picked the bigger stops, you're saying. Oh, because you don't have to pick a bigger stop if you're getting in at the end of the day. You're worried about after hours? Which I suppose, that's a legitimate concern. That could happen. There could be an offering in after hours. All right. No, I get it. You don't have to rephrase. I get it. And that's probably a good idea. Choose the wider stop. But you wouldn't have chose 70 cents if it was just arbitrary, right? Like if this low level there didn't exist, the chart looked like this, you probably would have picked $1, right? You picked 70 cents, not arbitrarily, but because it was back here at this low. So I would just say that not all charts are going to save your ass like that. So, but well done. You said, what? I got it days ago, but I pick wider stops to avoid making something a day trade if it fails quick. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah. All right, I'm going to take a little break. Let's see, 2 o'clock. I'm going to come back around 3 o'clock. I'm not seeing, let me know of any tickers. I'm not seeing any tickers like triggering right now today. And, like end of day, I would like to see 7 or 8 things that are closing strong and are up astronomically on incredible cataclysmic volume. I have a scan for that, but I don't have it on my screen right now. So the last hour, that's what we'll search for. Let me know of anything, and when I come back, we'll start going through them. Everything else in mine is looking good. Just had to take that gut punch. It was about $150 gut punch, so that would have put me up to about $1,100 of gain on the day if I didn't have to get hit by that, because right now I'm at $950. All right. Talk to you soon.
PLCE PLCE. LINK may resume in less than a minute. UPC halted. UPC will resume at 14 hours 5 minutes and 21 seconds. PLCE. PLCE. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. UPC may resume in less than a minute.
DOGZ.
mRNA. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. TIL.
DPRO.
NVAX. TYPT. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 21 minutes and 34 seconds. NMRA.
BKKT.
NTGR. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. ASTS. NTGR. SAVA. ASTS. mRNA.
CLNN.
PLCE. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. PLCE. 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 OBLG. mRNA. MARA. OBLG. mRNA. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 31 minutes and 50 seconds. ANNX. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. SAVA. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 37 minutes and 11 seconds. RYDE may resume in less than a minute. UPC halted. UPC will resume at 14 hours 42 minutes and 47 seconds. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 42 minutes and 28 seconds.
AXDX.
OBLG. RYDE may resume in less than a minute.
DLPN. NUWE.
ITOS. UPC may resume in less than a minute. OBLG. 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 Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 48 minutes and 5 seconds. OBLG.
PITA.
RYDE may resume in less than a minute. mRNA. Ride halted. RYDE will resume at 14 hours 58 minutes and 52 seconds.
No. No, Randy, you keep picking stocks that are not good stocks. For PCSs. Lumen is a fly-by-night momentary thing going on its chart. Don't you remember when we were trying to pick stocks for these PCSs, we're looking at charts like, I showed you charts of things that just go up and up and up and up, remember? What credit spreads are not for penny stock moves? What are you thinking? Are you just asking that in that context? That could you do one? I would, say that our put cred spread trading system does not incorporate stocks like Lumen or Summit at all. Those are things that have had recent catalyst type moves from nowhere that are penny stocks, small companies, nothings. For put credit spreads, we want big companies. AFRM is a pretty big company. I don't love their chart, but I'm in one. I'm in a put credit spread on it, but I don't love their chart. But Kava, that's a great look. Look at the chart. It's going up and up and up and up and up. It's a big restaurant company. Okay, so I'm in the negligible GitLab trade, but at least it's $54.
WISA.
I just really should probably, trying to smack you here because you really needed a check to make sure you're understanding what the put cred spread system setups are for. You don't go leaving your money in 3 weeks in something like this or Summit. You got lucky, good, but that's not what put credit spreads are for. They're for getting a pullback in something that's always going up and it's going this and that and back and forth and it's not having radical moves. Yeah, I think I did too. But credit spreads are not for radical moving stocks. They're for something that you can rely on for a few weeks. If something's making a strong move, it might be an indication of where it could keep going, but it better be Netflix. Or it better be Google, or it better be a solid company. Now Microsoft I'm not interested in because it's making lower highs and it's kind of pulled back, not interested. Netflix is strong. And it's just going up and up and up and up and up and up forever. And it's Netflix since the pandemic or whatever that drop was. And it's Netflix. It's not, what was this company you told me? Lumen? What do they even do? I don't know. I never heard of them. I don't know. They were $1 2 months ago. Yes, but you need to be writing back. I see. That's what you need to be saying. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you understand what put credit spreads are for. They're not for fly-by-night things. They're for you to repeatedly make money on something that's repeatedly going up. Ideally. That's the ideal. I'm trying to think of the stock that we used. that just kept going up. It was like a model chart. Best stocks of the year. Show you that. I think FTAI, although that's not the best pick because I think it was kind of a penny stock. Yeah, look at that. Why can't you be put credit spreading FTAI? By the way, you should get that. But yeah, GE, that was it. You're right. I think or it was a spin-off of GE, or it was the GE Aerospace. Yeah. Yeah, but it's slowed down since then. But this is, and it's gotten a little choppy, so it's a little bit more of an iron condor-y thing, but or less reliable put credit spread or less reliable call credit spread. But what was that other one I just showed you? FTAI. That's the model chart. You should just be getting put credit spreads on entry days on that just repeatedly. However, this stock does nothing but goes up after it pulls back. Every time it pulls back, it goes up, right? Like Lumen is not a shitty penny stock. I just really want to nail that down for you. Like, and FTAI is probably a little bit of a shitty penny stock too, but not really. It's doing quite well. You know, and it's time tested. It's time tested for sure. Like I've never heard of it. I don't know what they do, but it's time tested. Nice and smooth action too. I mean, it's a model. Like if Netflix could look like this, you know, it'd be great. So there you go. And you're in FTAI. That's good. Good job. I think maybe yesterday or the day before would have been a great entry, or any of these days. Put credit spreading wise, I think this is a winner. Until FTAI stops losing momentum, it's probably always a good time to get into it. You could be getting multiple expirations probably. You could be overlapping trades in FTAI, doing 60-day and 45s, and just like keep rolling in the dough on the FTAI. I mean, this is just a beautiful stock. That's what you're looking for. Summit, you got lucky. Good job. Hopefully you're out now. Lumen. Where did it go? Lumen. That's definitely a penny stock for trading penny stocks. That's a different system. Shares. All right. What was the other one though? Let's see. When you said Lumen, see, I traded that. I shorted this. I longed it. I made money going this way, that way as a penny stock. When you said Lumen, I was like, what? As for a PCS, number one, I doubt you could even find the liquidity on it. But if you checked on it and it has liquidity, it's just because this stock is ridiculously nuts lately because it's a penny stock. It's lucky it has options. Second to that, it's lucky it has liquidity. Third to that, we'll be lucky if it holds liquidity. I think I might flatten out a PLCE. Let me take a look at that for a second. Sort of selling off now. Get on PLC. I'm considering asking one at plus 49%. I probably should. Too many orders set on it. I gotta get an exit on one. De-risking on this at 1165. Here 1171ish. De-risk a little bit more on that. Out. Yeah. I could have been more aggressive with this PLC on the exits. It's doing so good. I thought it would just keep going though, but yeah, the bears have gotten to it and they're trying to make a bear case on it, and people are listening and getting frightened. All right, to reread all your comments, what do you think of the Lumen? No ads interrupting here. Just when I first. Oh, okay. So it plays a first ad for you. Okay. Apparently I can push a button and I can make an ad play. I'm not going to do that. Okay, that's what I thought. Kava, you're already in Netflix. GE, you're already in FTAI. Nice, might be a strategy. What?
SHPH.
Like you could try that, as a side strategy, but don't expect it to be a PCS. And it might work. You might have a an interesting little way to play a particularly well set up thing there. However, what if a shelf offering happens, catches you by the pants, and nobody wants to get you help fill your orders to get out of the options? See, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea. The reason is getting out of something like this in an emergency situation is hard enough with shares. To be getting a secondary, what's it called? Spin-off of something. Stocks. I don't know why I'm getting old now. I guess I can't remember the name of this. What's it called? A derivative. To then go in after a derivative of the penny stock and try and get a position on the derivative of a penny stock, when the penny stock craps the bed, the derivatives are going to be like trying to live off of puke. I mean, I couldn't describe it worse to you. Better, worse. I mean, I don't know. The options will become so illiquid and difficult if this Lumen goes through any kind of shock. Have you not experienced that with even good stocks? Imagine what happens with bad stocks. You could lose 500%. Like instantly. Really bad idea. PCSs are for solid stocks. And like I even fringe pick AFRM, Palantir, some of these other ones, Kava, but these are pretty okay companies. SoFi, Tesla's kind of wild, and I barely picked that, and that's a huge company. But that would be fine. I'm in Tesla right now. RT takes, I think it's healthcare or something. Avgo, that's a huge chip maker. Robinhood. What does Lumen do? I have no idea. All right. Enough said. All right. 45 minutes until the market closes. Let's see if there's anything. Tenon. Hopefully I got that kind of like message through to you. Class tonight, by the way. Buddy. Wolf. Have leveled off at 1180. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to stick with it. For even this one, PLCE Place, this could have been a put credit spread. I mean, this is better than Lumen. I don't know what Lumen does, but Children's Place, they sell clothes. Like they're a retailer in multiple countries, let alone domestically in the U.S. and that malls and retail, and it's not doing too well in the long run. Had a catalyst day, and between Lumen and Netflix, you've got something like it can be okay. It can kind of be okay to do. You would have been probably up to 50% max profit on the same day on that one, but I don't think so. Not on that one either. Wolf, maybe. That's Petco. Bit more sideways, a little more protected. Had the catalyst day on earnings. I got some great follow through myself on it. So you see, I mean, I'm saying you don't use it on everything, and you better check the options liquidity on whatever you're grabbing it on, because you want it to be consistent. You want to be going after something consistent. So consistent, keyword EG. Interesting turnaround off the bottom. Didn't I get some of it? Maybe I don't remember. I think I got some of this while you were away. No, I did not. I was going to, and I guess I didn't come back to it. $1.60, $1.70 could be the stop.
TIL.
Ooh, they're pretty cash poor. They're getting pretty close to They only, nothing else out there, but they could just announce that they're going to do a shelf offering at any day now. This is just not worth it. You can go from $2.30 to 50 cents with one shelf offering. $2 a risk. Yeah, it's like $1.75 risk, which would mean I could get 60 shares, and it's at $2.50. Traces the gap. $6. That's about $4 a gain on shares. $240. All right. At that level, it works. How many shares? 60. Get it. Partly because it could go even further than the gap fill. It could go back to like the top of this. On this much volume? Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Maybe a buyout, and I'm not even sure what I'm getting. On what kind of I can't see any particular news on it today. $75 lower than 230. Here, if you wanted to get it, got alerted. Yeah, C minus position for sure. Okay, 45 minutes left in the market, and let's see what. You're doing good, by the way, Randy. I just, sometimes I gotta, keep you in the tank. You were like jumping out of the tank there. ACS system is for this thing, and penny stocking is this other thing. Be careful not to mix those worlds up, and be careful to make sure that when you're doing the put credit spreading, you're doing it on solid stocks with a beautiful chart, not some penny stocking. Two totally different strategies. Teaching you penny stocking so you can use it for put. Mara, no. Anyway.
WLG.
Ooh, and they just said it in the squawk. Ooh, this has quite a strong move right now. In though.
CUTR.
GS.
NUWE. TIL.
Moving for just 4 minutes, so I'm a little bit early. I grabbed 200 shares. I grabbed 50 cents of risk to a stop of $1. Candle today. This catalysty day. Maybe I want more. Breakout of a recent IPO. Add, but let me check dilution. It's going up on me. Do have a shelf. They just opened. Wow. Pending effect. I think it means it's pending approval. Any day now, you get approval for a shelf. I think it could be. And it doesn't show me. It doesn't let me see. Let's see. WLGS. SEC filings. FinTal.
WLGS.
Announces fiscal. No. Categorized. So how about we go by the latest? Okay, as filed. Annual report is 30th. Is a Form F3. Short Form Securities Act registration. Update. The question is, what about this one? Hey. Shelf. See any shelf offering on this? I guess I'll keep it at a C size, but this could have been bigger maybe. I'm going to go to B size on it, but I'm going to add only if it pulls back. Only if it pulls. Right now it's doing super good. Already up. Let's see, where is 12% on this trade. Moving it to my C group. Actually adding in real time. Back to seeing what else is hot. Orc T. Not liquid enough. Onk T. I get it. Been stretching a bit to find stocks that don't appear overextended. It doesn't matter if they're overextended so long as they've pulled back. Like you'll be looking for some pullback. Ooh, we got a pullback here to speak of that. WLGS just now. Get at least 4 more pieces of this for an entry. Some add-on here.
TIL.
Candles. If I 2 15-second candles in a row. But it's got to be a solid company. Got to be a solid stock. And then also, I prefer that you'll find out over time that this is what you'll prefer too. I prefer that you not expand your parameters to include lower quality, but instead limit your parameters to solids. What? Mighty patch for someone living in Korea. YouTube 80. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. All right, I'm going to try to add some more on WLGS here. Maybe try to bump it up to a B position. I don't think A, because the dilution tracker says they recently filed something. I don't know what. In fact, I'm going to go over to Stock Twits. This is nice where we have some time to be able to check on things. WL. Move, motherfucker. That's what somebody puts. Bike. Yeah, these people are just a more. Hong Kong. Said about that? You asked about ads showing. So a mighty patch for someone living in Korea. YouTube ad. Showing. My new is solids. Yeah. Yeah, Randy. Less is more. Focus, don't branch out. Okay, there's the first indication of. Okay, you definitely want to grab that. add an entry on the pullback there on WLGS. Jesus. Hard to get it. Okay, I'm up to my double size now. 150. My average is 156, which I think is exactly where my other entry was. By waiting for the pullback, I was able to nicely get a better stop. Why didn't I write that? I thought I wrote it in with a stop at 1.
PGHL. TTO.
I thought I wrote it in. And it didn't carry it. Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, I did. Oh no, that's because I'm writing it right now on the other screen. Okay. Stop. And I got to get some take profit set on this like our stat. Like right away. This retracement tree, Jesus, it's doing really well. Has it ever been at levels? On bottom reversal breakout. Wow. Could we see $6 in a couple days? This would be insane. Wang Li, I mean, it's not a Chinese company. Wow. Anything could happen. Should I go A size on this? The only thing offering could happen at any moment, apparently. No, gonna keep it B. All right, next take profit is at 169. Keep the take profits a little small. The gauge for how wild this thing's gonna be. 69. % exits. These are prices that it's already been at today. Through that, and then B4. But what are you talking? What is that, Korean like real estate or something? Like getting a pad in Korea? That's so funny. Okay. Obviously, if it should break that easily if it does. 209. I did get hit just now a little bit. Medical patch. For someone living in Korea. That seems off. But all right. All right, 244. And this thing goes fucking vertical after that.
RYDE will resume at 15 hours 27 minutes and 40 seconds.
Do you see RYDE? Not sure if I should leave it another night. I am. Profits higher and higher levels. So original
TIL.
I've sold 30. Probably could have been aggressive. % out. Okay, moving up to 43. Oh, god damn it. These have been set as day orders. Fuck. I hate when I do that. Change that. Just loud and annoying. This way they work in after hours. Because this thing, if it could make its entire move in after hours, you never know. Okay, so 243, it slides up to 275. What do we got? 80 out of 375. to 320. They put a 299 in there as well. That's 140 shares out of 400. So see, I'm not being aggressive enough. I might need to put some tweeners on this. 4, 5, 6. So 4, so 394. 450. 5. 50. I mean, this is really wishful thinking. And then finally,
NUWE. TIL.
so that leaves me with still 100 and halfway out, all the way up to the ridiculous highs. So I definitely need to be more aggressive down low where it's going to be more realistic as well. $203. Just put some interims in here. 223.
NUWE.
At the end of the day, this is not a day trade. That said, it could happen all today. Two more exits I need to pick here. Okay, that's everything I have in there, all the way up to 6, but mostly up to the realistic level of 3. And we're late. And this is not the largest volume by far on this stock. That's a little concerning as well. Well, let's take a couple of exits on this and then think about getting out of it if it doesn't end up following through. Not cataclysmic volume. There may be some put credit spreads out there, Randy. Here's my lists. Lots of them may not be good enough. You need solid stocks. So check the megas. Okay. Further opportunities exist. Excuse me. On bond. This one certainly has the volume, right, Michael? Certainly has the volume. A lot of volume. But to the downside. That's not good. Okay. What I need to see is the highest relative volumes. Gonna work. Okay. Okay, now we've got something. TIL, second best. Holy fucking Jesus, God, Mother of Holy. We were just looking at this at 24. Till, what is going on over the... Holy shit. My God. Wow. Jeez. It's halted up. And the bid-ask spread is 30 apart. Holy shit. This stock was $14 a couple days ago. It's hitting 59 halted up right now. Wow.
TIL may resume in less than a minute.
TIL might resume in less than a minute, it just said. Jesus. Where do you put your stop on something like that, you know? You're at 40. That's $20 of risk. For $100, it's 5 shares. All right, cocked and ready. You don't. Yeah, that is the correct answer. But you don't know that this might be an HKD and it ends up at $2,000 tomorrow. When these happen, take the risk. Period. The end. There's no debate. All right, here we go. It's going to be opening up even higher than that probably. It's going to open up at like 80 out of the halt. This is insane. Okay, wait, it actually pulled back. 56, nice. Yeah, I'll take my 5 right there. Okay, let's watch it over here because apparently it's all over the place. Okay, pulling back a little bit. My stop is at $40. Entry at 56.7 roughly. That'll be for $100 of risk down to 40. I don't know. Maybe I'll pick up a share or two and increase it to a B size position, maybe even C size by the close. As it closes in on 40, or let's see how the price action moves around. This is the kind of insanity you see maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. Good year, 3 or 4 times. Once in a year move on the entire stock market. Saying on StockTwits on Till. Got something, was that the Curie? Okay, Curie. Yep, one of my positions. All right, we're getting more pullback on Till. Curie, woo! Very nice move on Curie. What am I up? 38%. Nice. Do I not have any further exit set? Yes, I do have exit set. So WLGS, we're in that. Okay, it's sitting up. Till is not moving up higher. You never know. These things in after hours can be absolute. How to describe it? There's no words for it. This could be at $300 in after hours. I mean, I saw it moving up earlier. We talked about it. Randy and I saw it. I was talking to Randy about it. Screen earlier. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Move to C group on. And then TIL.
BNTX.
And ready. And we've got 30 minutes before the close. What is the news on that? Okay, what are people saying? Beginning of this minute, that could be a red candle. We don't know yet. Merck could buy out at $150. Take on Summit. This is something related to Summit and Merck. Until they're all related somehow. I don't know. I don't follow all that biotech and everything. I don't have time for that, man. Leave that to them and me finding out. What's going on?
AF XRM.
Technical trading mumbo jumbo. Could be just that it's a very small float. That is true. 3.7 million. It's traded $70 million today, so the float has rotated 10 times. I'm looking for a green candle. This is kind of it. Coming up on higher volume and over a prior candle on higher volume. And that's where I might add dollars, which would be $50, which could be really cool because I would change my $20 wide stop to a $5 wide stop. One halt was all it's going to take to rip it down $10. Okay, that candle did not provide an add-on. It turned red right before the close. That's why I wait towards the close.
ASTS.
Nobody really has any information. Trial stages. Still company at the tail end of trial stages. At least 2 years away from any hope of approvals. I don't know. I think there's a lot of bear cases going on, which actually can feel shorts, so everybody here, I'm not seeing. The investigation concerns whether Instill and certain of its officers and or directors have engaged in securities fraud. What? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with that. I'm not seeing any official news though. That's word of right. Still waiting for a green candle close on higher volume. I don't see any real news on it. If you can find out anything, let me know. I trade the technicals. Which, that's what you should do anyway. But it'd be nice to know what the hell's going on. And I don't think I did check the dilution on this, but maybe I did. When WLGS, that's the dilution-wise, no. They don't really have a shelf. Slowly running out of cash, but they still have 142 million. They're not desperate. Oh, here we go. At least we went above the prior candle. That's the first time we got that. Increasing my position size a little bit there. Traded around a core. I could get rid of shares at 59 if I want. Likely going to happen is the thing's going to blast past 59 if it breaks out. Couldn't accidentally if it does that. I've seen these before. This could be over 100 overnight. For a minute here. So you see something else similarly going mad. So yeah, moving it into a B position size. To group B. There. Oh, I'm okay. I'm B sized now. Which is a good idea, even though has the likelihood of losing a B size. Loss, or whatever you want to call it. This is going to be interestingly crazy, especially in after hours. 20 minutes to the close. Oh, PLCE seems to have recovered somewhat. Okay, halfway on that drop. Wolf is pulling back a little bit.
RYDE will resume at 15 hours 44 minutes and 29 seconds.
Do you see RYDE, you guys? That was insane. What I was saying is I got in here. I took out here, 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 and I was not in for the rest of the move. Did better than I expected. And then it was at $22.49, and then it dropped to red. Okay, I was glad to not be in it anymore when it did that, but look where it is now. It hit 76 cents. Do you know how much that is of a drop? 97% down. So this is really good training for you to see this kind of stuff. Understand how some of these things can, this is why you take aggressive profits. And sometimes, like I say, I don't take profits fast enough. This is why you want to take profits pretty fast. If you find yourself constantly being left with shares and breaking even, / getting out, in a hurry, in a panic, and not having even taken 50% of your position, then you need to be taking profits on the front side of your trade more aggressively before that point. And so you just sort of got to up the feel for that. And eventually you'll get to the point where you keep running out of shares before the move is over. That's a better place to be. You would rather be on that side of things. All right, we're getting some pullback to 50-ish. What was that? We got a exit on WLGS. I guess WLGS is moving.
WLGS.
Both, where we can see both. Okay, WLGS is flying. Yes, sir. BKY high, I can get rid of that. And we can put TIL right there. So now we can watch both of them at the same time. I think TIL might be halting. It's getting close to it. Volume style. Cannot figure that out. Well, no, but that's not what. Continue to pull back on that one. And WLGS moving up. So we've got both of those, one working for us and one working against us. Already on WLGS at 20% gains. I don't know if it halted.
RYDE may resume in less than a minute.
So 97% drop on RYDE. Damn. And we have somebody in our group, I think maybe you're even watching right now, Blimsta, who said, I quite like the look of Neon as a company in general. I might just sit on that one. Don't ever sit on any of these kinds of stocks. Not unless it's a free ride. Not unless, you've been taking profits. Get a huge move on day one and be all out. Done. Be happy with that. Like, who are you trying to prove things to? I think like ego could really mess you up, You don't have to impress anybody, not even yourself. Just make money, that's all. You have to be like, man, look at this. I got the absolute greatest, biggest move. I got it top ticked absolutely perfectly. Trust me, you can never, very rarely you'll dial it everything in, but you'll never get that fully dialed in. you get that dialed in to the point where, you know, for the most part, you're getting out mostly in a move. And then sometimes that'll nail a top. I had that really close to that on that one we were looking at this morning. Does anybody remember what that? I had 15 shares. I have to forget what it was. Something I sold today. JBDI? Was it JBDI? I think it might. FBLG. And VNet. I don't think it was. Yeah, it was VNet. Yeah, it was VNet.
LSF.
Because I should have taken 2 more profits, and that would have taken me almost to the very tippy top on this. Exactly where I would have had all my profits set, and instead it pulled back, and I got most of my exit right here today, which is exactly where it was over. Okay, so I didn't get the maximum move, but sometimes you will, because that'll be how your trading is dialed in. How your take profiting is dialed in. Got another exit on Curie. It just keeps going. We now are at $2 on Curie, and Curie position, I'm up 42% on that. Over on Till, I'm about to flatten out of it. Usually I get that feeling. Okay, flattening out. $72 loss. There it goes. I knew it. And that saved me some of the move to stop to 40, and allows me to just rebuild a position perhaps down low, and or just watch it because maybe it's not even going to happen. Maybe it's not going to follow through. We happen to get in near the tippy top. Not the tippy top. I got in at 55, somewhere in there. Basically at the end of the move, which happens, especially when you're chasing. So now I may build a position if it starts to settle in, or if it makes any kind of, I mean, you know, right before the close, it can make some huge. Seen it.
OBLG.
Okay. Down open position right now is Q, and it's doing okay. So I'm stocking for a re-entry on Till now. If it can act like a stock that's going to go up, it probably will. It might be in the middle of the night though. So this would be a tough one for, especially if you have the PDT.
UPC will resume at 15 hours 52 minutes and 30 seconds.
But you know, I mean, like even for a share. If this thing goes to 0 and you just buy one share, you'll lose $47. Maybe that's a lot for you. I don't know. So maybe that's not even possible. Anyway, it's not going to go to 0. In which case it could go to, it's like, but that's $20 of drop. So if you could lose $20, you get one share. And let's say it goes to 300 by morning. All right, now you're talking, right? But you know, you got to go back and study HKD and DWAC and the stocks that it went to. GME is in these other ones. HKD and DWAC did way more than GME did. But you know, something like GME, trying to understand it. Randy, I posted the growth stock picks to the Discord if you want to look through those and see if there's anything to get into on PCS, because today is following through beautifully on the market. The last few days have been entries. Dook, dook, dook. Yes, entries. Signaling, and if we can get up above 45 eventually, that'd be solidifying the signal. Nine minutes left till the market closes. W till EGIO. Unity. Okay, I want it. And Unity. Okay. Increase the volume. Question is, how does kicked off this huge move from okay, till is possible. I'll buy one share. That means it could go down $100 and I'd still be okay. Which it can't because it's at 48. That's the joke there. See, even if you don't think it's funny, I have an audience that does. I need to get the there. VWAP is at 43, amazingly enough.
UPC may resume in less than a minute.
Nobody's even underwater on this. And VWAP is pretty high. Yeah, PCT is really following through. I've got targets on that. Okay, good. Good example. Oh, I can draw. I can annotate now. Control A. Let's see if it works. It does work. How cool. So, now we're looking for this to reverse. Put in some kind of significant up pivot. So far it's not. Maybe it's down more. Then eventually stop going down. That's what we're looking for. That'd be a nice base. But look at the time. The closing bell is in just a few minutes. So it doesn't really have enough time to create a good base like that. So it's something to watch in after hours. Gotta share. Yeah. All right, now if I do Command A, does it go away? Oh, that's awesome. I can quickly just annotate things for you. Let's see, what just filled? There's something. Okay, I took another profit on Curie at 209. It is just flying. At 49% on Curie. Screenshot of that in there. 50%. It's going vertical. When they go parabolic like that, that can be getting near the end. Let me see what price is and if I need to take a out. Curie. Well, I've gotten rid of half of my position today alone. But what did I originally get it? 200 down here at the $1.40, and I have been selling it all the way up. teeny 10 share increments. And so now at this point, I have just 15% of my position left. And next take profits are 219, 229, and 239. And I think that does complete. This is for a little bit extra. This last little bit's been a little extra. I knew it could pop once it broke over $2, which is what it did. I didn't know where, but under $2 was my original kind of final target. 80% out. So all right, and now it's going
RAIL.
exhaustive
TWH.
down or something. Then pass through my other targets tomorrow. Till is settling in. Maybe. Still. I mean, we do have 4 points through downtrend. I'm just saying whether or not it's going to keep going. Class tonight, you guys. 3.5 minutes to the close. Masterclass tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Discord, in the Zoom, in the Discord. Do any of you have the problem of not knowing when to pull the trigger to get into something like this, penny stock wise, and you're not sure, and you're watching me always take gains, and you're like, man, I wish I could be taking gains. I didn't get in because I just don't know getting in. Okay, then you should show up to class tonight, and we'll address that. We'll talk a little bit more about
DNLI.
why we get in these things. I mean, Michael, I think, has been really seeing it. A lot of it's about the follow through on these things that have crazy first days.
CODX. RMCO.
BTSGU.
What? BFGU? I didn't catch. PTIX. Doug.
RPHM.
Okay, no. Yeah, it looks like everything's petering out at the close. All right, there's one more share right before the close. Market's closing in 45 seconds, so I got 2 shares. So if this thing goes to 0, I think Wolf pulled back a lot, did it not? It's not really. Super pleasant topping tail.
BRFH. ROOT.
PCT.
You can see Kama's coming up through my stop though. Catching up fast. Tomorrow. Stop.
CRGO.
I closed out Wolf. Oh, good job. All right. Good job. There we go. That's the close. Thank you, everybody. I'll catch you tonight in class. Thanks for trading with me today. And we end up being it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. See you tonight in class. I'm going to rest up. You guys probably should too. Bye-bye now.